होता भी है और बनता भी। कुछ ऐसा ही रिकॉर्ड आज हमें बनाना है। 1:11:08 दुनिया के सबसे फास्ट 25 किलोमीटर रेस का वर्ल्ड रिकॉर्ड। थोड़ा चाहे जितनी भी लंबी रेस का हो, 25 किलोमीटर की रोड रेस, इससे तेज आज तक कोई नहीं भाग पाया है। इस दिसंबर पुचके की खातिर लड़ाइयां जारी रहेंगी और दुनिया के सबसे तेज रनर्स टूट पड़ेंगे रेड रोड पे। रिकॉर्ड्स की नई बीट है, झूमने सारी दुनिया तैयार है। 21 दिसंबर है, कोलकाता में वर्ल्ड रिकॉर्ड मनाना है। भांग बेना की।
Good morning and a very warm welcome to you. Actually, quite a cool Kolkata welcome to you to this 10th edition of the Tata Steel World 25K in Kolkata. 2 years ago, on this very strip of road, Daniel Abenyo of Kenya set the fastest time ever in a 25K road race. 1 hour, 11 minutes and 13 seconds. It was very special. He won by over a minute. Now, that record may go this morning because we have an incredible field lined up here, including Alphonse Simbu of Tanzania. Simbu is the reigning world champion at the full marathon distance. He's very strong, very experienced, won that title just 14 weeks ago in Japan, but he's up against Uganda's Joshua Cheptegei. He's twice an Olympic champion, 5 times a world champion, multiple world record holder. He's the real deal. We're promised a fantastic race this morning. We cannot guarantee you any records. It's a tough course. It's changed a little bit, but we can guarantee you a race for the ages.
It indeed will be a race for the ages. Ladies and gentlemen, hello and welcome. As the sun rises here in the city of joy, Kolkata, let me welcome you all to the heart of distance running. It is the Tata Steel World 25K. You can feel the nerves in the air, the adrenaline, and it all gets started here again. We are back, and we promise you a morning to remember. It is going to be a rather exciting, it's going to have a lot of energy, and I'm Ridhima Pathak, and it's my privilege to bring to you the extraordinary action from the streets of Kolkata. Now, let me just put something into perspective. In 2004, we started with 700 runners. In 2025, as we speak, we have 23,000 runners. That's a growth of 2,300%. You name a stock that gives you that kind of return, and you've got my money. All right, talking about extraordinary, I'm joined by Tim Hutchings, the living legend of the track, as well as the voice of distance running. Hello and welcome.
Thank you very much, Ridhima. Yeah, great to be back. You know, this race every year surprises us with the quality of the racing, the speed the athletes move at, and conditions this morning absolutely perfect. It's about 17 degrees out. It's a nice cool morning for Kolkata. No wind, lovely flat course, good surface most of the way. I think we're in for something special.
Well, I am waiting for it with bated breath because just the lineup, some names that you dropped in there, Tim, I'm looking forward to what they can perform on the streets of Kolkata. Also, there is a record to be broken. All of that coming your way. But first, let me show you the lineup of events that we're looking forward to. The World 25K kicks off at 5:45 a.m. 25K and Vijay Devas Trophy kicks off at 5:49 a.m. Open 10K Police Cup kicks off at 6:50 a.m. Champions with Disability and Senior Citizens Run at 8:20 a.m. and Ananda Run at 8:55 a.m. The Ananda Run, remember, is a 4.5 kilometer run, just a little under 5 kilometers. So there is plenty to look forward to, and as you see, you've got the athletes who are warming up for the big day. Now, while we prepare for the gun to fire, let's just take a moment to appreciate the ritual that happens before every great performance. Look at this focus, look at every stretch, deliberate, every stride will be measured. These athletes have traveled from all over India and across the world to be a part of the Tata Steel World 25K. The warm-up zone is definitely buzzing with controlled energy. You've got Olympic champions alongside first-time marathoners, elite runners, beside, of course, the weekend warriors, and you've got some energy being pumped up with all the Zumba teachers who've come in, and the stretch is on, and the race will be on in just a bit. The warm-up. How important is that for a distance like 25?
Well, you know, it is incredibly important. I mean, over the years, when I was racing well, and this last 30 years when I've been an old man, I've actually made the mistake occasionally of going into a race or a jog without any warm-up, and it does make a big difference. So essentially, in layman's terms, when you warm up, when you jog and get your body a little bit warmed up, your blood temperature goes up a little bit, and blood that's slightly warmer absorbs more oxygen. This is why when you warm up and you loosen up, you feel better, you breathe better, you begin to flow better.
Right, all right. Well, of course, we'll get you the race, something that will keep you inspired. And if you're watching them, you would want to, of course, wear your shoes and get on the track if you haven't taken to the sport of running yet. But there is something more that will motivate you. These are stories that we'll get to you throughout our broadcast. It's our running heroes, stories of ordinary people, but extraordinary stories. So you stay tuned. And also, something for you. Even if you don't have a podium finish, there is a prize that you can take back home if you participate in our quiz. All you've got to do is scan this QR code that we'll show you in a bit. Once you scan it, you've got to put in your details and answer these questions. The question is, the Tata Steel World 25K Kolkata is held during which month of the year? Well, if you're watching us live, you know the answer. But September, October, December, Jan, you let us know the answer. Put in your answer there. What is the ethos of the Tata Steel World 25K Kolkata? If you switched on our broadcast just in time, you know the answer. The question has the options. The options are a century of a difference, a year of difference, a decade of difference, a millennium of difference. Which one? All right, the next one is, which edition of the Tata Steel World 25K is being held in 2025? Is it 10, 15, 20, 25? Just scan the QR code, get in those answers in, and remember, you have to give us your answers just before the elite race finishes. And at 9 a.m., we will be announcing the winners, and the winner gets a stay at the Lalit. All right. Plenty to look forward to.
A stay at the Lalit? I'm going to get my old mum to ring in with the answers. I'll text her the answers.
Right. All right. Let's move on to the elite race and introduce what the field is like. The field is rather competitive. Tim, it's all yours.
It is absolutely strong, yes. The best of the Kenyans. There is Cheptegei. He will be one of the favourites, along with the usual Ethiopian and Kenyan clash. One of the ironies is, though, that the two favourites are from Tanzania, Alphonse Simbu, the reigning world champion, and Joshua Cheptegei there to the left in the orange. This is a super strong field. Any one of these 10 men could take the win today. They're all fabulous races, most of them great marathon runners.
Well, it is very competitive. Now an individual detail of all our participants here are athletes. These are the Indian elite men.
Yes, Gulveer Singh there to the left. He's the defending champion from last year. Saman Barwal, he was second of the Indians last year. And Abhishek Pal, very experienced too. There'll be a lot of pride at stake in that domestic dust-up. And looking at the best of the women, Mosutume Asefa Kebede. She's very much the favourite. She knows this course. She won last year. She won the year before. She's going for a hat-trick today, but up against, well, Degetu Zimaro, Agnes Kano, the only top Kenyan in the race today. Most of that women's were Ethiopians. And it's a nice mix of experienced racers over the marathon and 10K and half marathon, and youngsters from Ethiopia. You know, I was training in Ethiopia a couple of years ago. I went out there to observe a race, and they've got a production line. They're producing great races on an industrial scale. It's quite frightening. So Agnes Kano is up against it here. And looking at the best of the Indian women as well. So Sanjivani Yadav, well, she is the defending Indian champion. She won last year. And second behind her was Lily Das. Again, they are going to clash here. Very similar on times too. There's a lot of pride at stake here. And don't let's forget, for the international elite and the Indian elite, big prize money. And SEMA will want to get involved in that conversation.
You know, it's so good to see just how developed the Indian field is getting, whether it's men or the women. When you see that kind of lineup, what does it tell you about the athletics culture in India? How is it growing?
It's improving all the time. I mean, you talked about how 10 years ago, the first race here, there were 700 entries. Today, there's 23,000. The same rate of progress isn't reflected in the numbers in India, but the quality is improving all the time. Every race I'll come back to, whether it's the Mumbai Marathon, Bangalore 10K, they're getting better and better. I think it's a numbers game, though. You know, we need more and more youngsters to take up running. It's kind of like, you know, you throw it at the wall and some of it sticks. And if you've only got small numbers entering any sport, doesn't matter if it's cricket or hockey or anything else, you're going to struggle to find the talent. So it's a numbers game.
Numbers game for the Indian elite field, but what about the international elite field? You've got two big names there. You've got a reigning world champion. You've got a double Olympic medalist. How interesting is this going to be? And do you really think that 1:11:13 is going to be challenged today? Are we seeing a world record being broken?
It could be very tough indeed. I mean, you know, the talent on display here today is not in doubt. The course has changed. Quite a lot of the course is different to the last few years. There are a few more hills and lumps and bumps, which will slow them down, of course. Most of the circuit is pretty flat. It's a good surface, so we will see fast times. I just think that, you know, we sometimes over-embellish the hopes for records. We talk about records all the time. That puts unfair pressure on the athletes. They are racers, first and foremost. That's what they've grown up from as kids, whether in the Rift Valley or back here in India. They're all racers' kids. Competition is fundamental. And actually, if you said to them, do you want to be fourth in a very fast time or win in a slow time, they'd want to win.
All right, all eyes are on the big race. We'll take a short break here, but you don't go anywhere because the race is about to begin on the other side. This is the world's first and only and the most prestigious 25K race. You stay tuned.
Brought you by Tata Steel.
हमारे कल के पोस्टर बॉयज एक बार फिर भिड़ेंगे पाकिस्तान से।
इससे बड़ा मुकाबला क्या होगा? ये तो छोड़ने वाले नहीं।
और इस बार दांव पर है एशियन चैंपियनशिप।
भारत पाकिस्तान हुए एक बार फिर आमने सामने।
मजा बहुत आएगा। देखिए टीवी वर्ल्ड मेंस अंडर 19 एशिया कप फाइनल इंडिया वर्सेस पाकिस्तान आज सुबह 10:30 बजे से सिर्फ सोनी स्पोर्ट्स नेटवर्क और सोनी लिव पर।
धमाकेदार 7 दिन।
मैं अमिताभ बच्चन शुरू करता हूँ। अभी रेडी सर?
7 जश्न।
1 करोड़। बिग प्रॉमिस ऑफ एंटरटेनमेंट।
आखिरी दौर होगा धमाकेदार।
Happy New Year to all of you! Unbelievable!
धमाकेदार 7 27 दिसंबर से 2 जनवरी सोनी एंटरटेनमेंट टेलीविजन और सोनी लिव पर।
टेस्ट मैचों की ये श्रृंखला सबसे स्पेशल The legacy continues. ये है मुकाबलों का बाप।
हमारे कल के पोस्टर बॉयज एक बार फिर भिड़ेंगे पाकिस्तान से।
ये तो छोड़ने वाले नहीं।
और इस बार दांव पर है एशियन चैंपियनशिप। देखिए टीवी वर्ल्ड मेंस अंडर 19 एशिया कप फाइनल इंडिया वर्सेस पाकिस्तान आज सुबह 10:30 बजे से सिर्फ सोनी स्पोर्ट्स नेटवर्क और सोनी लिव पर।
This is the Sony Sports Network.
Welcome back. These are live visuals of the Tata 25K, and who you see in those pictures is someone very, very special gracing this landmark 10th edition, our international event ambassador. It's Kenny Benarek. The Kung Fu Kenny, as he is very popularly called as, born on October 14, 1998 in Rice Lake, Wisconsin. He's a double Olympic silver medalist, 200 meter at both Tokyo 2020 and Paris 2024. Back-to-back Olympic podium finishes for the man. And the 2025 World Championships gold and silver medalist in Tokyo just months ago. And he, of course, brings in a lot of expertise, a lot of experience, but more importantly, he's our international event ambassador. And now you've got the visuals from the start line as our elite athletes get geared up for the race.
Indeed, yes, the dignitaries there are waiting with bated breath. The athletes on the line know they'll be desperate to get going. There you see to the left the tall figure of Joshua Cheptegei. He holds the world record for 5,000 and 10,000 metres on the track. He's great on all surfaces. He's a former world champion on the country, cross-country racing, on the grass and the mud. And here we go, about to get underway for this 10th edition.
This is it, the moment that we've all been waiting for. The elite 25K, the world's best distance runners, toe-to-toe on the streets of Kolkata. And it has begun, Tim.
It has indeed, yes. Now, there are pacemakers who will go straight to the front, and their job is to lay down a nice steady tempo for these athletes at the right speed. You know, when you're operating right up against the red line, as these guys are, pushing world record tempo, we hope in the early kilometres at least, they need to get the pace right. And 1 or 2 seconds per kilometre can make a big difference. So the pacemakers are experienced, they know the speed they've got to go at for each kilometre, and they will try to hit those marks exactly. Where it'll get a little bit more complicated and challenging for them is when they get to those hills in the middle of the race. And also there's about 5 or 6 U-turns in the race this year. The course has changed.
We will give you all a glimpse of the course, but let me just put into perspective what the elite runners here are chasing. They're chasing that the event best record here, set by Daniel Abeno, which was 1:11:13. That means they've got 2 minutes 50 seconds per kilometer. Just to put into perspective, Tim, just how fast 1:11:13 is for a 25K.
It's really hard to explain it, really. It's faster than Kolkata traffic. But then if you and I went for a walk down the road, would be faster than Kolkata traffic. No, it's super fast. I mean, it means if you were covering a mile, 4 laps of your running track, your local running track, you'd be covering it in around, let me think, about 4:30. 4 minutes, 30 seconds for a mile, for an English mile. About 51 is what they've got to cover each kilometre in. 2 minutes 51 per kilometre. It's super fast, and we'll get an idea of that later on in the race when we see side-on shots. We should be able to look at the prize money too, because don't let's forget these are very top-level professionals here, and there's massive prize money today.
Yeah, just take a look at that. The international elite prize money, you get 15,000 USD when you finish first, 10,000 USD for the second, 7,000 USD for the third, and 4,000 USD for the fourth. Now, let me remind you, there is also a bonus prize money that comes their way if they break the record. So that's the international elite prize money. Let me also give you a glimpse of what the Indian elite prize money looks like. First position, 3 lakhs. Second is 2,50,000. Third is 2 lakhs. Fourth is 1 lakh. Fifth is 75,000. And sixth is 50,000. Also a bonus awarded if you break the record set in the Indian elite category here at the Kolkata race, which is the Tata Steel World 25K. Back to live action. They're warming up. They're getting slow right now in a cluster, but they will break out soon, isn't it, Tim?
No, absolutely, yes, it will break up. You know, some fellas will fairly early on realise they're not having a great day. Some will feel very, very strong and stay at the front for much of the race. I mean, I know they're racing in the dark here. That might seem a little strange, but actually these athletes are used to training early in the morning. They get up at about 5:30 in the morning back at home in Kenya and Ethiopia. They head out to the hills and they're running at 6:30 a.m. for an hour or two. So they train very, very early in the mornings. For them, this is home from home, racing early.
Yes, but also just to give me a little bit of a brief about the distance 25K. You see, the 25K is a distance which is a little unusual. Not many 25K races exist. What motivates these athletes to be a part of the 25K race here in Kolkata?
Well, the big norms, as we see a dog there on the road, let's hope he keeps going or gets out of the way. The normal distances, of course, are the half marathon and the full marathon. Oh, this is the mass start, the open race about to get underway.
Yes, this is the open 25K, and let me tell you all that this will happen in waves, because more than 6,000 participants here in the open 25K. Some of them amateurs, but took on to running and now competing professionally just like any other athlete. There's so many stories out there. Total 23,000 participants this time in the Tata Steel World 25K. That means 23,000 different stories, 23,000 different reasons to take on the sport. And here we go, the Open 25K has started. Remember, it will take place in waves. You'll have a wave A, wave B, wave C, and wave D. They take onto the streets of Kolkata just to sort of bifurcate the number of participants this time in the Tata Steel World 25K. The Open 25K is underway now, Tim. Now, coming back to the distance that we were talking about, 25K, just to put into perspective what motivates these athletes to be a part of this race.
Well, the standard distances, I was saying, half marathon. There's a world championships in the half marathon. There's a world championships in the marathon. 25K obviously sits between the two. A half marathon is 21K. A full marathon is 42K. So this is a big challenge, just beyond a half marathon distance. Many of the elite field, I'm not sure how many of the mass participants, but many of the elite field are marathon races, and they'll be using this race as a preparation for their January marathon. There's some big marathons in January and February, and they'll be aiming at those. And for nearly all elite athletes, before a marathon, a 42K 42K race, will do a warm-up race a few weeks beforehand.
Right. Well, first of all, let me just take in all the energy that we see and take a look at the red road. And as we will take a look at the course map, let me tell you that the runners here will pass on from some monuments. You've got the Victoria Memorial that they'll also pass from, and the streets of Kolkata from the neighborhood. You know, everyone out there in the neighborhood will definitely imbibe in the energy. Some might just even wake up, considering the kind of rhythm that is produced when these runners take on the streets of Kolkata. Now, is it tough to prepare for a race like this in the elite category? When you're preparing for a full marathon or a half marathon, how do you prepare for a 25K?
I think the vast majority of the ones preparing for a marathon, they keep their eyes on the long-term goal. So they will not change their training for a race like this. They'll keep training for that race in the middle of January or in February, but they will take in this race just sometimes to break up the monotony of training every day, because they train so hard, these athletes, you know, day in, day out. They're training very, very hard. They spend ridiculous amounts of time sleeping and getting massages and so on. But actually, yeah, this race is both psychologically and physically very, very important.
Right, this is the Open 25K, the visuals that we're seeing right now. And let me remind you that these are not professional athletes. They are your everyday workers, people who go to office, they've got their own businesses, they've taken on to the sport of running. You've got so many stories, so many motivational stories who've taken on the streets of Kolkata. We also have the dignitaries on stage, along with our international event ambassador. You're out there to cheer everyone who's taken the decision of being a part of this festival. Wow, isn't it really inspiring, you know, you're a professional athlete yourself, you're a professional runner, but when you see amateurs taking on the sport of running, what are the kind of feelings you get?
I think when it comes to race day, you know, I mean, for the vast majority of these mass runners, of course, this is race day. They've been training for this. They will have eased off over the last 2 or 3 days to get to this fresh. So they're very, very nervous. But the same applies for the elite. You know, you're so nervous. You're like a coiled spring on the start line. And when the gun goes, it's a wonderful feeling of release. And you can get that energy running through your legs and start unleashing that frustration, I suppose. So, yeah, the vast majority of the elite athletes will have eased off for this a little bit. And they will be now trying to spread that effort most sensibly over the full race.
Also, Bhaichung Bhutia, he is the living legend of football. He is Kolkata's baby. Kolkata loves the man, and he'll be joining us in the studio very soon. Just how motivating and inspiring his own story is, and now he's here to inspire these 6,000 racers here in the Open 25K, 6,600 voices, 6,600 stories, 6,600 reasons to run. Some are running for health, others for charity, raising funds for NGOs working on cancer care, education, disability support, anti-trafficking initiatives, and now we're back with the elites. Take me through what's happening right here.
Well, it looks like we've got a pack of, about 10 athletes, 8 minutes on the clock. They're approaching 3 kilometres. They should pass 3K in about 8:30, 8:35, something like that, if they're on schedule here. It's nice and flat, as you can see. They haven't hit any hills yet. They do have to negotiate these twists and turns. They've actually already, I think, passed one U-turn, the first one. They've gone past Fort William, the big military base. That was on their right a few minutes ago. Now it'll be over there to their left, to the right of picture. You can see that just behind Siwa in black, they're the pacemaker at the front. In all black, just behind him is Joshua Cheptegei in the orange and white vest, the Ugandan, making his debut at this distance, by the way. He's a fabulous track racer, a half marathon runner, although he's struggling to really come to terms with the full marathon, which is quite interesting. He said to me a couple of days ago, I'm not sure I'm suited to the marathon. And there's 1 or 2 fellas in this race who are stronger and quicker than him at the marathon.
So who you got your money on? Who's challenging Daniel Obenyo's record of 1:11:13?
I think Simbu will be special. You know, those World Championships in Japan, where it was very hot and humid, very sapping. Well, 14 weeks ago, so he's had plenty of time to recover. He's super fast. He's run 2:04 for the marathon. He's actually quite a lot quicker than Cheptegei at the full marathon distance. But it depends on the day, you know, who shows up, who feels good, who feels strong, who makes the right tactical moves as well.
Right, Simbu. Well, I remember his finishing kick in Tokyo earlier this year was one of the most dramatic moments in athletics history. And if this race comes down to a sprint to the final kilometers, Simbu is going to be lethal. We saw what he could do when it matters. And apart from that, you know, we were talking about how does one prepare for a 25K. We spoke about what motivates them to be a part of the Kolkata race here. But just the fact that there are so many other races happening in December, what makes this particular race so special for the elite athletes?
Well, without putting too fine a point on it, the massive prize money is $142,000 US prize money at this race. It's absolutely monstrous. One of the richest races at this time of year anywhere in the world. So these fellas, yes, they could go and find 10Ks here and there. They could find half marathons here and there. But the prize money here makes it special. I think they like racing in India too. They know these races are very well organised. Here's the elite women, the international elite women. Hard to identify any of them just yet in this sort of half light, early morning light. But looks like there's 5 or 6 of them there, which is more or less what we expected. I think there's about 4 or 5 of them in this women's race at the international elite who stand out from a pack of youngsters who are coming behind. You know, I think the Ethiopians are very clever. They try to send to these big international races experienced athletes to represent the country well, but also youngsters who are learning their trade.
Yes, and in the women's athlete, in the international elite women's athletes, you do see a name there, Asefa Kebere.
Kebere, the favourite, yeah.
Kebere, the favourite, and a favourite for a reason. She's won it twice. Can she do a hat-trick? Can she do 3 in a row? But just to be able to win a race like this twice, what does it say about this athlete?
I guess it shows that she's nailed down the right preparation. You know, a lot of these athletes will replicate, they'll copy the same preparation, the same training month after month, year after year, that they know works for them. And she is a super consistent athlete. You know, she won the Tokyo Marathon earlier on this year, went back and won the Tokyo Marathon, having won it last year. So she's, Kebere, very, very strong, very consistent. And that gives you confidence when you're standing on the start line. If you've got a formula that works in terms of preparation and you can repeat it again and again, you feel so strong mentally.
But you spoke about a formula. Take me through the formula for running a 25K. How would you divide it? What do you do in the first 15 and what do you do in the next 10?
You should, well, like almost any distance race, if you're struggling by halfway, you're in trouble. You should be cruising the first half, probably beginning to work a little bit more, digging deeper in the third quarter, and then in a race like this, 25K, probably the last 5K is when you're really gritting your teeth and you're hurting and you're just churning on, and psychologically you almost got the finish in sight, even if there's a few corners yet to be negotiated. But here is Situme Kebere. She is 31 years old now. Actually, her birthday was just 10 days or so ago on the 11th of December. Going for a hat-trick. She's super consistent, and she's finished in the top 3 in most of her marathons, so she is wonderfully consistent.
Chasing a hat-trick, 3 consecutive Kolkata victories, that would be historic if she's been able to do that this morning. And that would cement her legacy as the greatest 25K runner this course has ever seen. But there is enough competition out there. For the women, how different is a 25K than from a man? From the men. How do they approach it? Is there a different approach?
No, very similar approach, I think. You know, you go back only 20 or 30 years and the longest distance for women was 3,000 metres. Now, of course, they do the marathon like the men. Take a look at this course here that goes past Fort William. Feel the history of Fort William and then that first corner. They've been racing now for nearly 14 minutes, so they're well past 4K. The Victoria Memorial. Visited that a few years ago with my old mum when I came here to Kolkata. Unbelievable. I mean, it's absolutely glorious. And then that long straight stretch of Ashutosh Mukherjee Road before they get out to another U-turn there just past 12K. And then here at 16, 17, this is where they start the Lake Garden Road. This is where there are some hills. They go up a hill and down the other side, do a U-turn and come up and back up it again and down the other side once more. So a couple of nasty climbs there. Now Gariat flyover, there's another hill there. So there's a bit of a kick in the tail, so to speak, because around 19 kilometres there's a tough old hill. And then they'll be flying at this stage, that right-hand turn into the finish line on Red Road.
You said it's a different course. You said it's going to be more challenging, but which part of that course will be the most challenging for these athletes?
I suspect that final hill at around 19 kilometres, because the hills they hit at around 16, 17k, between 15 and 17k, they'll still be reasonably fresh there. What I do like about hills is they give opportunities for tactical moves. Some people will attack on the hills, go into the hills really hard, push hard for a few minutes up the hill and try to get a gap on the others. You know, dead flat races produce super fast times, but races with features, twists and turns and hills make it more interesting.
Which other race course in a 25k across the world competes or is very similar to this kind of track?
There aren't many 25k races. There's one or two in the USA. There used to be a big one in Berlin, Germany, but they are very rare now because World Athletics have announced certain distances are world record distances. Marathon, half marathon, 10k. 25k is not a world record distance. So
right.
The best time ever is the world best.
Right, and also in the course, as these elite athletes take on the streets of Kolkata, they'll be passing by this 42 building, which is iconic in Kolkata. It is Kolkata's tallest building. And also just the fact that it goes against Kolkata's skyline. It stands for resilience. It stands for the fact that when you want to be best, you've got to be a cut above the rest. All right, we're back to the elite race. What are the wishes? The sun's just coming out. Now things become a little different. What's the weather like and how does that support the race today?
Well, they'll be delighted with this weather. I mean, it really is gorgeous running conditions. You know, back in Ethiopia, I was talking to one of the Ethiopians a couple of days ago. He said, yeah, it's very warm back in Ethiopia now. It's summer, effectively. They'll be acclimatized to running in the heat, but they will find these temperatures, 17, 18 degrees, and it'll climb a little bit this morning, but not much before they finish. They will find this absolutely perfect. Now, what's interesting is, look, only 16 minutes on the clock, and in the orange and white there, that's Joshua Cheptegei getting to the front. Where are the pacemakers? They should be in the front, guiding him along. Now, maybe he'll have a word with them. He might shout at them, come on, pick it up, boys. You're meant to be helping me. I shouldn't be having to hit the front.
All right. Well, we'll get to see the pacemakers soon. That's a question that definitely arises. I think they're just coming from behind. I think he's a little faster than the pacemakers here.
Well, it's his way of, even if he hasn't said anything, it's his way of communicating with them that they need to pick it up. You know, he's looking for around 251, 252 per kilometre. And if they slipped outside that, now I haven't got any splits yet. Our split screen isn't working, but that's 6k. Well, that's very useful. 6k there, and what about 17, 18? So I can extrapolate from that, if you give me a few seconds, what sort of tempo they're on. But did I 17, 18, didn't I? Yes.
Yes.
Right. That's a big pack, though. I like this. The fact that there's 10 of them there, maybe 10 or 12 of them there, is a good sign.
Right, we were talking about the split. Now, that this is for our reference, but how do these athletes, how do the elite athletes, how does Cheptegei split this distance for himself?
Well, he'll be getting information. I mean, I know that there are some of the elite field coordinators are on motorbikes just ahead of them, so occasionally they will drop back and shout at the athletes what their splits are, whether they're on schedule or not. The pacemakers can use that information. The pacemakers, if they find out up to 10 kilometres that they're going too slowly, they know they've got to pick it up a bit and put in 2 or 3 kilometres slightly harder. You know, it is difficult. We've got to remember these are not machines, they are mortals. So they are fallible, but hopefully they will be on schedule. I'm just going, you talk amongst yourself, Redeemer. I'm going to look at my pace chart.
Yeah. Well, I'm just intrigued as to how in a 25k you maintain the balance between strength as well as speed. Now, which part of this race would they actually try to speed up? In the last 5 kilometers is where we see that kind of force that will be shown from these athletes. You've got the best of the best in the world here competing in the 25k. You've got a double Olympic champion as well as the reigning world champion taking on to the field. But also in the Indian elite men, you've got some stiff competition. Right now we're taking a look at the international elite men, but just talking about the Indian elite men. And here we're taking a look at the women. Remember, you've got Kevere, who's going on for a hat-trick. What do you make of that right now, Tim?
Well, she's looking strong, looking comfortable, tucked in behind the pacemakers there. She is a nice-looking runner. Really good power-to-weight ratio, strong legs there in the white vest. Kebede tucked in right behind the pacemakers. She's paying very close attention to them. She knows this course well, and actually she's confident. It always really helps to come back to a race you've done before. You know the course, you know the feeling, you know the hotel, you feel at home.
Right. All right, we'll take a short break here now and we'll get you all the updates. But before I head to the break, let me remind you of the quiz that we've got for you. And the quiz is very simple. I'm going to show you a QR code that you scan and then you just put in your answers. And the questions are: the Tata Steel World 25K Kolkata is held in which part? In which month of the year? You've got September, October, December, Jan. The second question, that is, what is the ethos of the Tata Steel World 25K? A century of difference, a year of difference, a decade of difference, or a millennium of difference? And a third question is, which edition of the Tata Steel World 25K Kolkata is held in 2025? 10, 15, 20, 25. Punch in your answers, take a short break, and we will be back very soon.
Brought you by Tata Steel.
हमारे कल के पोस्टर बॉयज एक बार फिर भिड़ेंगे पाकिस्तान से।
इससे बड़ा मुकाबला क्या होगा? ये तो छोड़ने वाले नहीं।
और इस बार गांव पर है एशियन चैंपियनशिप।
भारत पाकिस्तान हुए एक बार फिर आमने सामने।
मजा बहुत आएगा। देखिए डीपी वर्ल्ड मेंस अंडर 19 एशिया कप फाइनल, इंडिया वर्सेस पाकिस्तान, आज सुबह 10:30 बजे से सिर्फ सोनी स्पोर्ट्स नेटवर्क और सोनी लिव पर।
धमाकेदार 7 दिन।
मैं अमिताभ बच्चन शुरू करता हूँ। अभी रेडी सर?
7 जश्न।
1 करोड़। बिग प्रॉमिस ऑफ एंटरटेनमेंट।
आखिरी दौर होगा धमाकेदार।
Happy New Year to all of you! Unbelievable!
धमाकेदार 7, 27 दिसंबर से 2 जनवरी सोनी एंटरटेनमेंट टेलीविजन और सोनी लिव पर।
मैचों की ये श्रृंखला सबसे स्पेशल The legacy continues. ये है मुकाबलों का बाप।
हमारे कल के पोस्टर बॉयज एक बार फिर भिड़ेंगे पाकिस्तान से।
ये तो छोड़ने वाले नहीं।
और इस बार गांव पर है एशियन चैंपियनशिप। देखिए डीपी वर्ल्ड मेंस अंडर 19 एशिया कप फाइनल, इंडिया वर्सेस पाकिस्तान, आज सुबह 10:30 बजे से सिर्फ सोनी स्पोर्ट्स नेटवर्क और सोनी लिव पर।
Welcome back. It is the Tata Steel World 25K. What you're looking at is right now the international elite men. They're approaching the 5-kilometer mark across all elite races, by the way. And the pacemakers are doing their job. In the other races, we don't see the pacemakers here, as Tim very rightly pointed out. And the international men look like they're right on schedule for a potential world best attempt, but we'll get you all the updates. The pack is still tightly bunched. No one's really made a move yet, and that's exactly what we expected at this part of the race. Now, what's fascinating is how different athletes approach a 25K or a certain race differently. Now, if you could just put into context in terms of abilities, how different is a chapter guy from a Simbu?
Well, Cheptegei is first and foremost a track racer. He's very fast on those lower distances on the track. He's got fantastic speed. I mean, his world record for 5,000 metres is almost 3 times a 4-minute mile, one after the other, without a break. So that's him in the orange and white on the left there. In the fluorescent green there, that is the pacemaker Levi Chalangat, who's a Ugandan as well. 2 or 3 of the pacemakers are Ugandan, so they've come as sort of team Joshua Cheptegei to help take him along to a really quick time here today, and they seem to be doing a good job. I can tell you that the last split I got, although it was a few minutes ago, they had them on tempo for almost exactly 1 hour 12 minutes, so not too far off the tempo they need. They need to shift up a few seconds per kilometre over this next 5K if we can.
Right, we'll also take a look at the Indian women the elite women who are racing in the Tata Steel World 25K, and you see Seema out there. These are some regular names that you will see in the marathons across the country. This is a 25K race, though. How good have the Indian women become over time for you, Tim?
Oh, it's slow progress. I mean, I'll be really honest. I'm not going to dress it up. You know, they're a long way behind the international elite. Seema here has a best of 1:32, for example, at this distance. And you've got to remember that Sutumra Asefa has run 1:18. So, you know, 14 minutes slower. There's no point in pretending that the gap is any smaller, because it's not. It's very objective. They've got a long way to go yet. But, you know, as long as they keep getting trained hard, as long as they've got good coaching, and as I say, more youngsters come to the sport where talent has been identified, then progress will be made. I think it's going to be a few years for the Indian women to catch up to world class.
But apart from Seema, because we've seen her so often in so many different races and she puts her best out there every single time, apart from Seema, which is that Indian woman who's really stood out for you?
I think Sanjivani Yadav, because she's so consistent. She was 9th here back in 2022. She was first Indian. She was first Indian last year, 2024. At 29, she's in her prime. So, you know, she is the heroine for a lot of young Indian athletes. And Seema, well, she's chasing hard. I mean, her best is, what, about 3 minutes slower than Sanjivani Yadav's personal best. So I'm interested to see Seema here. I don't know if she's the leading Indian woman here. That's why we're following her. If she is, then she's run very aggressively this first 26 minutes.
Look at the difference. You don't see any other woman there. At least our cameras can't capture. I'm guessing she is the first just because you've got the pacemaker right in front. And then we are here for the international women elite athletes. Take me through what's going on here. They're still in a cluster. No one's really moved out. That's the way you approach the first few kilometers, isn't it, Tim?
Yeah, no, that's right. I mean, you know, these athletes should be cruising right now. They've only been running for, what, about 26, 27 minutes, something like that. And Sutumra Asefa looks very comfortable, tucked in behind the pacemaker there. Mesfin doing a good job, and they are shifting, aren't they? Interesting, though, to see Azimaro in the orange and white moving well there with the long flowing hair tucked in behind Asefa. Kabede. And Kabede is the athlete to chase, though. They know she is consistent, they know she's strong, so they will follow her every move and then try and outkick her in the last few hundred meters.
Just the first few kilometers of the race, it will get rather intense. But let me tell you, behind every world-class athletic performance is world-class hospitality. And the hospitality provided in the Tata Steel World 25K is by the Lalit. When elite athletes arrive in Kolkata from Kenya, Ethiopia, Uganda, Tanzania, from across the globe, the Lalit becomes their home away from home. Pre-race preparation, rest and recovery, nutrition-based and tailored to athlete-specific needs. Everything is provided by the Lalits, our hospitality partner. Back to the race and the women's race now. Taking a look at the international elite women. Remember, there is a Kebere who's targeting a hat-trick. She's done it twice. Can she do it for the third time? We'll just find out. But who is the biggest competition in this field?
Difficult to say. I think Azimaro probably there. You know, she was in the press conference a couple of days ago. She didn't say a great deal. She looked like she wanted to keep her information to herself. But Sutumra Asefa, you know, she is the athlete for the big occasion. She won in Tokyo earlier on in the year in March. Funnily enough, she ran and won the Tokyo Marathon, which is one of the world marathon majors. It's one of the massive, supreme marathons on the global scene. It's like the Grand Slams in tennis. But then she went to the World Championships in Tokyo a few months later and didn't run well at all. She finished way down the field in 27th place, and she said she was really shocked by the humidity because it was obviously the Japanese summer, whereas when she raced back in March, conditions were very good.
And what do you make of the conditions? You said they are perfect for distance running, but how well do these athletes adapt to this kind of weather? Because it will get a little hotter as we get deeper into the race.
Yeah, no, they'll be fine. Look, I mean, these are three Ethiopians here. As I said, it's summer back in Ethiopia. They're used to training in the heat. That's partly why they train so early in the mornings. They train early in the mornings, they train later in the afternoons. But in the early mornings, it can get pretty nippy, actually. I trained, when I was there a couple of years ago, I went up to the hills outside Addis Ababa, and it was quite cold. Right, back to this men's field. There you can see Joshua Cheptegei in the orange and white. And still, what, maybe 8 or 9 guys there? It's a good-sized pack. By the way, I've identified that they went through 9K in 25.56. They're still on 1:12.05 pace, so just about 1:12 tempo. And you can see Liche 28.49 at 10K. That's interesting. 28.49. Liche there is the athlete tucked in. The little athlete in the orange, the green is Levi Chalangat. So 28.49. I think they've picked it up in the last couple of kilometres. I think maybe there's somebody shouting at them, giving them information that they need to accelerate a little bit. And then you just turn up the dial. I mean, all these guys should be feeling pretty comfortable now. They haven't reached halfway yet. They're just cruising along. So they've got the capacity to almost like turning a dial on your heating controls and upping the tempo a little bit.
28.29 at 10K. Are they still very much in context to breaking the record of 1:11.13?
Just checking. 1:11. Yes, actually, if they were 28.29, they have accelerated markedly. They're now down to about 1:11.15, a predicted finishing time, which, for my money, is pretty much bang on. Remember, the event record is 1:11.13.
The difference between the best and just who finishes second is just a couple of seconds, and that's the reason why it's extremely, yes.
The event record pace 29.15. They went through in 28.49, so they are on schedule to break the course record at the moment. Now this is getting really interesting. They've made a big change over the last few minutes.
This is intense, and remember, there is a record to be broken. It is 1:11.13. But remember, I told you that we'll be telling you some extraordinary stories of ordinary people throughout our broadcast. And here's our first coming your way, our running hero, Manpreet Singh.
The 25 kilometer as a category is no mean distance. It's a distance where one has to train for at least 2 quarters very consciously, but guiding them all across this 25 kilometer distance would be experienced runners who would be playing a role as a pacer. These pacers are individuals who are altruistic in attitude and commitment, because all of them have given up an opportunity to do their personal best at the milestone 10th edition. For almost 10 years at the Tata Steel World 25K, we've been having pacers from the defense and the paramilitary. Every Indian goes to sleep every night peacefully with the reassured thought that our borders are secured thanks to the defense forces. So our pacers from the defense, taking up the responsibility as pacers, comes to them so naturally thanks to the defense forces.
That is a running hero, Manpreet Singh, and also just what he mentioned, that in the Open 25K, all the pacers are from the armed forces, because they're such a backbone of the distance running sport here in our country. But also Manpreet Singh, he earned his ISSA running coach certification last year, transforming from someone who ran because he had to into someone who teaches others because he wants to. Coming back to the international elite men, what do we see at him?
Well, it's beginning to thin out a little bit. You know, it's when you see them only 2 side by side, 2 or 3 across, that means they're being stretched a little bit. I'm impressed with Cheptegei there to the left in the white shoes and the orange and white vest. He's looking very smooth. He is a lovely looking runner. He's up on his toes. He looks so relaxed, a very powerful stride. Liche is looking strong too. That's Fikadu Lecce, the 21-year-old in the lighter vest there, right in the centre of the picture. He only emerged last year with a very modest 10K in Abu Dhabi in the United Arab Emirates. That was last November, but he's stronger now. He ran pretty well in a 10K in Tokyo back in May, and then he ran very well in Cardiff in Wales in the UK in October, just outside 60 minutes for a half marathon. So he's a man very much on an improvement curve, Lecce.
This is for our viewers. Now, let me just give you a profile of Joshua Cheptegei. Everything that Tim has just spoken about, there is something that is so distinctly different about this athlete from the rest. And there are his accolades. Let's just take a quick look at Joshua Cheptegei. Remember, he is here to make a difference. He is a double Olympian champion. And what more, Tim?
goodness me, what more? Double Olympic champion, 5 times a world champion. He has world records at 5,000, 10,000. He's held the world record for 10K on the roads as well. He's very strong. He's very consistent. He doesn't race a lot. So when he does come out and race, there he is, second to right in the orange and white. He wants to make a success of it. He wants to run fast. He wants to make an impact on the world of distance running. You know, him and his sponsors and his training group, it matters to get this right. Now, this is interesting. Look at that forward lean of the little pacemaker, Chalangat. He's running aggressively here, and I suspect that's because Cheptegei has been shouting at him, come on, keep pushing it along, keep this healthy. I think Cheptegei wants to be redlining here. He wants to be keeping his foot right on the accelerator, so to speak, to put it in motoring terms, not to run a tactical race. You know, it's frustrating. If you're training very hard every day to run fast, when you go into a race that's tactical and people are jogging along and not really giving everything, you think, well, what am I training so hard for? So I like this philosophy of trying to make every race really tough, really hard from the start.
Well, that you spoke about that kind of mindset, but apart from that, what makes Cheptegei so different from the rest of the field, or from anybody else participating in a race like this, in 25K?
His speed, endurance, his tenacity. I mean, we interviewed him at the press conference a couple of days ago. He's got an almost Zen-like presence. Very, very intelligent guy. Went to University of Kampala back in Uganda. He's eloquent. He thinks about what he's saying. He's actually a marketing man's dream because he's so smart. Now, this is interesting, looking at this elite women's field, and it does look like one of the challengers, Degitu Azimaro there in the orange and white, has just eased ahead of Kebede. Kebede there to the right of picture is a slightly more flat-footed runner. She almost leans back a little bit, Situme Asefa Kebede, to give her a full name. She plans to do the Tokyo Marathon again in March, so that's what she's preparing for. She speaks quite good English, actually, which is unusual for the Ethiopian women. Not many of them have learnt much English, or the Ethiopian athletes generally, but she has bothered to learn English, which really helps when you're trying to have a chat. But she is super strong. There she is, right of picture. I don't know if she's going through a bad patch or what, but she's the fastest in the field at the marathon. In fact, her best time of 2 hours 15 makes her the 11th fastest athlete in history.
Right. Well, you know, it's something that caught my attention when you spoke about the fact that she'll be participating in the full marathon. I'll come back to that. And my question remains, but here, now talking about running heroes, our second running hero, a story that will inspire everyone who's watching us live. It is Nikhil Golcha. Take a look. Well, something that really struck about Nikhil Golcha is the fact that his journey didn't begin with just ambition. It actually began with duty. Every morning at 5:30 a.m., Nikhil would take his grandfather for walks at a nearby park, and a simple act of love, a grandson caring for his grandfather. But somewhere in those morning walks, something changed. Nikhil started jogging, then running, then venturing outside the park to long-distance running. And he had never been a runner. He didn't even own proper running shoes for that matter. But when he saw the Tata Steel World 25K, he signed up for the full 25 kilometers, his very first race. And here's the beautiful part. His first official run coincided with his spouse's pregnancy, so he dedicated that run to his child. A promise, a commitment, a memory being etched. And here he is back with us in 2025. And we're back with the elite international women. Tim.
Well, I'm wondering what's happened here, because it looks to me like Kebede maybe has been dropped, and I suspect that Azimaro there to the right with that long ponytail bouncing around, maybe she has said, okay, can you pick it up, please? Because she sensed that Kebede was in trouble, because it does look, and it's hard to tell from this angle, but I think maybe Degitu Azimaro here, the 26-year-old Ethiopian, has turned the tables on her rival Kebede. And if that is the case, that's quite a big upset, and Kebede will not be heading for that hat-trick of wins.
The tides can turn any moment, though. But having said that, you did mention that they look forward to full marathons in the times to come. So do they treat the 25K as a preparation ground for the full marathon?
Absolutely, absolutely, yes. And I mean, you know, obviously it's a similar distance to a half marathon, 21K. Just that little bit extra means you've got to dig deeper. But the thing about if you were to run 30k or 33k, you have to dig very deep, and it can actually detract from your training for the next 2 or 3 weeks, whereas 25k, you can recover from this sort of race fairly quickly if you're an elite athlete. There's that pack, and that has certainly whittled down, hasn't it? That is it. And good to see that one of the Indians is right up there. Gulveer Singh in the white vest, right behind Joshua Cheptegei. He is the top Indian. He's the defending champion for the Indians. I wonder how long he can survive with this pack. Let's hope a long time. I mean, he is world class at 3,000 metres, 5,000 metres, 10,000 metres on the track. So these fellas, the likes of Joshua Cheptegei will know full well that Gulveer Singh, the 27-year-old Indian, in this group now, what, 6 or 7, is the real deal. He can absolutely mount a challenge here, and it's fabulous. These are new pictures. I've come to India for about 60 of these races over the last 20 years. It's the first time I've seen, past halfway in a big road race, one of the Indians mixing it with the best of the Africans. This is a historic moment. It's brilliant.
Well, a lot has changed. A decade of difference is what we're celebrating, and that's the reason why something that you just pointed out, Tim, with Gulveer Singh, the defending champion, being a part of the elite international men is something definitely to talk about. But we're almost done with about 13 to 14 kilometers, is it? And just past halfway, and the international men's pack is down. Right here, still in a cluster, still waiting to break out. We're still wanting to see one of the stars from the international elite men to take the lead. But the pacemaker there is definitely pushing hard. Thanks to Cheptegei.
Yes, he is. Yeah, I don't know if Cheptegei has had a word with him or not. Just looking at some of these others, another athlete there in the pink, just behind Joshua Cheptegei, is Tabelo Ramakonga. Now he's an interesting athlete from Lesotho, small country that's landlocked, surrounded by South Africa. He's a great marathon racer. He was 3rd in the Sydney Marathon earlier on this year. He was 8th in Boston back in April. He was 2nd in Xiamen in China in 2:06. So he is capable of matching Joshua Cheptegei stride for stride. This is a nice race building here with 41 minutes on the clock. Well past halfway.
It only gets intense from here on, so you stay tuned as we're getting you all the live updates. But before we get you back to the race, we've got an IDFC First Bank Studio First interview lined up. Please take a look.
Studio First brought to you by IDFC First Bank.
I'm joined by Brigadier Ajay Das. So welcome. With 70 runners, 23 teams competing on Vijay Divas, how proud are you to see the defense services leading by example?
That's a very nice question. See, in defense forces, we live by chance, love by choice, and kill by profession. So, what we are celebrating today, I thank Tata Steel for this 25K, basically to get the fitness and the inspiration to Kolkata so that we all can encourage fitness in the country. Secondly, if you see go back to the history, the Battle of Marathon, 490 BC, it started. The marathon was actually battlefield. That is how historically the army is connected to the marathon race. Thucydides was basically a dispatch rider who broke the news of Greece winning against Persia. It is 300 soldiers who fought against 10,000 Persians, and that is how the marathon came in. And if you go back further to the history, post 490 BC, then the modern marathon which came in, that is somewhere in 1896. So it was basically 40 kilometers because the distance from the manor house in England to the central place where the Queen wanted her family to watch the end of marathon race. That is how the distance was 42 kilometers and 195 meters. In the modern Olympics, 2008, this came into being, and from 2021, it became official. So throughout this marathon race, if you see, the defense forces are involved to encourage fitness in the country.
Always leading from the front. Thank you so much for talking to us.
Thank you.
And And this partnership for sure shows just how important the defense forces are for the sport of running, the backbone of distance running in India. And as we take a look, the elite international men are near the 15K mark. So we're past the halfway mark and the real racing is just about to begin. Let me give you some context on what we are watching right now. You do see Joshua Cheptegei, the man in Ugandan colours, leading the international men's pack. He's not just a two-time Olympic champion, he holds the world record in both the 5,000 meter and the 10,000 meter on the track. But this year, he's shown he can translate that track speed to road racing. He got Bangalore 10K winner, 27.53, Delhi half marathon winner, 59.546, and the Amsterdam marathon, he stood 5th with 2 hours, 4 minutes and 52 seconds. Take me through the leaderboard.
Well, Liche is going really well, 43.12 at 15K. That equates, by the way, to about, I think, a finishing time of around 1 hour 12. Now, Cheptegei here at the front. The pacemakers seem to have dropped out. Cheptegei at the front and pushing on. And this, I think, is a big decision moment for him. You can see they've made that climb up a hill there. They've negotiated those hills mid-race. And Cheptegei here has got to push on, I think. He's got to try and get a gap on the rest of that field and go into territory that they cannot go into. Basically, this is where his class will tell. This next few minutes, they're still behind the record pace, as you can see, by, what, about 10, 12 seconds. Maybe a bit more, actually, by my calculations. But Gulveer is hanging on. He's back in about 5th or 6th place there. He's going really well. But look at this. Cheptegei here turning the screw, testing the others, and all of a sudden it's back to single file.
But something to concentrate on, 11 seconds behind what the record here holds, which is what we are challenging, is Daniel Abenyo's record, 1:11:13. If you split it, it's a 2 minutes 50 seconds per kilometer. Where do they cover up? Which part of this course?
Well, once they get these hills behind them, then he can really concentrate on getting into a quicker rhythm, stride out and finish strongly. I mean, this is probably the perfect distance for him, actually, Joshua Cheptegei. He is world record holder on the track at a couple of distances. He's held world records at 10K on the road. His half marathon time actually doesn't reflect his ability. I think he can improve his half marathon time by another minute or so. 25K for him is probably almost the perfect distance, and I think there's a question mark in his mind now. Does he push on really hard this next 10K, because he's got, what, he's got 9K to go, or does he ease back on the throttle and concentrate on winning the race? If you push on hard and go into the territory of pain, so to speak, then you take a slight risk because you may get caught.
Right, this is the final 10 kilometers now. And this is where mental toughness matters more than physical toughness for sure. The question is, can they hold this pace? Can they respond to attacks? The next 10-15 minutes will tell us everything. But let me give you another beautiful story which will inspire you. This is another of our running heroes coming your way. It is Chilam Sarkar. Now, she is a 47-year-old yoga teacher, but more importantly, a breast cancer survivor. Life threw everything at her. Disease, the battle for survival, the fear that comes with those words, you have cancer. But Chilam refused to break. She's a yoga teacher, someone who has spent her life teaching others about balance, breath and inner strength. But when cancer came, she needed to find a different kind of strength. She needed to prove to herself that she was more than a survivor. She wanted to thrive, so she ran. She lost 20 kg through running, her body transformed, her spirit transformed. And then while training for an 88-kilometer ultra-marathon in South Africa, the cancer did return back. Treatment, radiation, uncertainty. She finished her last radiation session and less than 2 months later, just 2 months, she's here today, pacing the Tata Steel World 25K at the 85-minute bus. And we're back to the live action. You've got Gulveer right there in front, leading the charge.
He's leading this little chasing group, and that he's become separated literally in the last 3 or 4 minutes, and that is because I think Joshua Cheptegei, the Ugandan, the favourite, the pre-race favourite, has turned the screw. He's really put the pressure on this field, and he's beginning to move away. Wesley Yago is with Gulveer Singh there. Wesley Yago making his debut at this distance, but he is a 60-minute half marathon runner. He's a fabulous performer, making his first ever race beyond the half marathon. marathon distance here, Diego. But Gulveer Singh matching him stride for stride. There they go. They've gone through 17K in what, about 49 minutes. We'll call it that, give or take. And I'll work out what that means that Gulveer Singh is heading for here. But I suspect he's heading for a massive improvement of the Indian record in this race. It would be wonderful to see because he looks strong. He looks the part. Really well muscled legs, Gulveer Singh there, the left of these two athletes, and looks comfortable enough. You know, it's a difficult decision when you're in the middle of a race and somebody pushes on and you have to let them go. You could stay with them, but then you go into red territory and you're gonna have a terrible time of it. So you have to make that wise decision to ease back. So that's a mature decision from Gulveer Singh to ease back and let Cheptegei move away, but actually optimize his race.
Right, this is the last 7 kilometers that we're actually watching, and this is where the drama intensifies. We're taking a look at the Indian elite women, and Seema, as expected, is leading. But we don't see any other Indian woman out there. Our cameras can't catch it. So Seema here should be the lady she's very well ahead of the pack. Well, as thought so, isn't it? From given everything that she has achieved in the recent times, Tim?
Yeah, no, absolutely. You know what's really good is she's got a young Ethiopian there, the 19-year-old behind her, Tibeb Tafere. And I was doing my research yesterday, and I couldn't find anything on this young Ethiopian. But the Ethiopians know they're running well. They know they're athletes. They wouldn't have sent a youngster like this on a long-distance flight to a foreign race unless they felt they'd got a lot of faith in her. So they're in the red socks. Tibeb Tafere keeping Seema company, the lead runner in the Indian race, and hopefully they'll work off each other and produce a quick time.
Yeah, we're at the 18-kilometer mark now, and just 7 kilometers to the finish. The leaders are digging deep, and you can see it in their faces now. They still look a little comfortable. This is where I would have thought in this part of the race there will be a little suffering, but no, they look very comfortable. And Joshua Cheptegei, of course, he's done before. He's here to do it all over again. The man has many accolades, but very comfortable, still strong, Tim.
He does look strong, yes. He'll probably start getting frustrated with this because he's almost acting as a pacemaker for these other fellas. Fikadu Nichi there, the 21-year-old Ethiopian right beside him with the red arm sleeves, has been feeding off him, so to speak, for the last 10 minutes or so. He is a 60-minute half-marathon runner. He's not very experienced. This is a huge opportunity for Lichi. And you've got to remember, a lot of these East African athletes, the Kenyans and the Ethiopians, come from incredibly humble backgrounds. The vast majority of them are from farming backgrounds. This is a huge opportunity for an athlete like Lichi.
Right, just going to give you a profile to all of viewers on Lichi, and just behind Cheptegei, but you see another athlete making a run. Is that Simbu?
I think that is Simbu there.
That is Simbu.
Is that Alphonse Simbu?
Very, very difficult to read from here.
It's difficult to read that bit.
But something about Simbu that he has never lost a race.
Tekele.
Oh, it's Dekele. But something about Simbu, and we're just taking a look at the profiling of Lichi. Tell me a little more about Lichi, Tim.
Lichi, well, he only emerged last year. He doesn't have many big races to his name. He's raced well in the UK back in October, actually. Only a couple of months ago, he ran a really fast half marathon just outside 60 minutes. He's relatively inexperienced, but what is interesting, you look at his races from last year when he was running 10K, and they weren't very fast, and now all of a sudden he's a 60-minute half marathon runner. So within a year, he's made huge leaps forward, Lichi, and he's matching here a world record holder stride for stride after nearly an hour of running.
And so we've just transitioned to the elite women. Here are the women still in a cluster, but we see only 3.
Well, only 2 there. I mean, really,
only
you can
2.
see there the,
Yes.
the flowing locks of Degitu Azimaro, the 26-year-old Ethiopian, to the right of picture, trying to see who that is in the all-black Meselech. Yes, now that's Meselech Almeyahu. She's just 19 years old, making a debut. She's having a heck of a run. She was recently 3rd in Addis Ababa at altitude back home in Ethiopia in 32 minutes for a 10K. That was almost exactly a month ago. And I saw that last night, and I highlighted it because I think 32 minutes for 10K at 8,000 feet is fantastic running. And actually in the same race last year, she ran about a minute slower. So she too has made massive inroads. There they are. They go through 17K in what, 53.43, something like that. And I can extrapolate from that the sort of tempo they're moving at. But this is a huge run from the youngster, only 19, Meslet Shameahu, and she may be heading for victory.
Yeah, look at that form, look at that stride, and it's the final few kilometers of the race. But the athletes would be suffering at this point, but they ain't showing it, and that's just pure grace under pressure.
Yeah, and 47.11, they're way inside the course record, I think, so from 47.11 at 15K for those women. I'm just going to take a look at what that actually represents. It is quick, there's no doubt about it. 47.11 for the top ladies. It means that 25K, they should come home in around 1:18.20, and the women's course record is 1:18.47. So at the moment, they could be heading for a new event record in that women's race, and it's a 19-year-old Ethiopian there in all black who's asking the questions.
And asking some big questions. But are you a little surprised that you don't see Kibere there?
I am, yeah, but maybe she's been training hard, putting in high mileage in preparation for the Tokyo Marathon, which is on March the 1st. I mean, it's what, 10 weeks or so away. But, you know, athletes have to prepare in the way they're used to it. And if she always does hard mileage at this time, high mileage at this time, then she's getting it right. And she will look back on this race and say, well, it didn't go brilliantly, but if she gets it right in Tokyo, that will matter more to her, frankly.
This race is now getting intensified. It's the final few kilometers, but just talking about the fact that, you know, running hero stories will keep coming your way. Here's another one coming your way just to keep you inspired so that you take on those shoes and get to the sport of running. Here is Ratan David. Well, he's a Mumbai-based general manager at the Indian Oil Corporation, running his 10th consecutive Tata Steel World 25K edition. Perfect attendance, not a single year has he missed. That's just pure commitment. And you see him running right there. And Ratan has completed the program slam, meaning he's finished every distance offered at this race over the years. 10K, 25K, half marathon when it was offered, and he's done it all. He finished second in a 50-kilometer ultra-marathon, by the way, 50 kilometers. That's beyond a marathon. That's elite-level endurance. But here's what makes Ratan's story rather special. His first marathon almost broke him. He hit the wall at 30 kilometers. Cramps so severe, he literally stopped running for 20 minutes, just standing on the side of the road, willing his legs to move again. Most people would quit, but not Ratan. And there you see the accolades, absolute professional. And he comes to the Tata Steel World 25K yet again. And we are back to the elite men. There's some action here.
Well, there is, but it's still a pack of four, isn't it? Joshua Cheptegei to the left there seems to be the one constantly with his foot on the throttle, testing the others. But look at Liche. Are we going to get an upset here? It looks like we're heading for one in the women's race already with a 19-year-old putting the pressure on the rest of the field. In the men's race, well, it's anybody's at the moment. There you can see Simbo in the purple in the middle. First chance we've had a chance to really get a good look at him, the 33-year-old Tanzanian. Simbo there in the background, in the purple. Here's the reigning world marathon champion. When he won in Tokyo at the World Championships 14 weeks ago, he caught the leader at the finish line and dipped like in a sprint race to win by 3/100ths of a second. And that is almost literally, it's a bit of a cliche, but it's almost literally the thickness of your vest. There are pictures of them both dipping at the line. There they go through 20K. Now that's significant, about 57.33 at 20K. That is a good indicator. It means only 5K to go. That's about just over 3 English miles. And I wonder if Simbu there is struggling a little bit behind this trio. He is a very, very strong athlete, silver medalist in the Commonwealth Games back in Birmingham 2022. He's really familiar with racing in India. He was 4th in the Delhi Half Marathon last year. He was 7th in the Delhi Half Marathon back in 2016. He's won Mumbai. He won Mumbai Marathon back in 2017, Alphonse Simbo. He's a very experienced racer on the Indian roads. We shall see how he goes this next 5K, but at 20K, there it is, 57.34. Ramakongwana, Tabelo Ramakongwana, is in the pink there beside Joshua Cheptegei, and he's looking strong, isn't he? Goodness me. 57.34 is the official time at 20K.
Well, this is anybody's race. It's the final 5K now, and this is where a champion will be crowned, whoever pushes the hardest in the 5K. Now, what are the factors that define What are the factors that define a champion in the last 5K? What are the factors do these elite athletes keep in mind as they are approaching the business end of the race?
Well, the business end of the race, and as you can see, they're about 33 seconds off the event record at the moment, although Cheptegei has the caliber, the quality to push on and close that gap on the event record. But what's going through their minds at the moment? Well, Lecce here, putting the pressure on. Can you believe it? He's got the audacity to take the lead from the world record holder at other distances, Joshua Cheptegei, and do the work here. And I'm wondering if this is Cheptegei saying, no, I'm not going to push for a fast time today. I just want to win the race. He looks lovely and relaxed there in second place, doesn't he? So I'm wondering if this is turning into a tactical affair. I mean, you could throw a blanket over the four of them, almost literally. And that just doesn't seem natural. With 80% of the race gone, somebody should be pushing here and breaking away. The chances of them all feeling exactly the same here are very small. So somebody has eased back and is playing a cagey game, and one or two of these four will be redlining and they're under pressure, and we'll find out in the next few minutes.
And then there you go, Joshua Cheptegei takes the lead yet again. But what, with everything that you just mentioned, Tim, this just seems like chess spread out over 25 kilometers. So what are the moves that we're looking at in the last 5?
Very hard to say. I mean, Cheptegei, they all will know. The other three will know. I mean, we're looking at Tabello Ramakonguana, who's in the background there. Alphonse Simba, the world champions, their Leches, they will know he's got that finishing speed, so they might want to push it hard this next few kilometers.
You still see Gulveer Singh there in the race, and he's taken the lead in the Indian elite men.
Yeah, that is brilliant. He's still with Wesley Yego, the 28-year-old Kenyan, who's in the all-white there nearest the camera. Trying to see who that is in the purple. Gulveer Singh in the middle. It's brilliant for him that he's got this company so late in the race and he's able to push on strongly. Trying to see the name of the guy on the right there. I think it's Kiprop. Yeah, that is Kip Correa. Is Kip Correa, Collins Kip Correa, who is 24-year-old. He's a great half and full marathon race. He's run 2:06 for the marathon. Now that is many minutes quicker than the Indian record for the marathon, and it just gives you some kind of reference as to how well Gulveer Singh is running here. He's mixing it with superb world-class East African athletes, and that is a new sight on the roads of Indian racing. It's great to see Kip Correa here pushing it on, and Gulveer Singh needs to get onto his coattails and try and get in his slipstream and follow him. He's a man who's very experienced, Kip Correa. He's but won big half marathons around the place. He's finished second in big marathons. And Gulveer Singh, so good to see him up there. Now look at this. The tables have been turned. Goodness me, I thought Azimaro was going to be beaten by the youngster Meselech Alameahu, but over the last few minutes, the leading lady here with two pacemakers all of her own is Dejigatu Azimaro, the 26-year-old Ethiopian, and she's dropped the 19-year-old who led just a few minutes ago, and that's been quite a sudden growing of that gap. I mean, there must be 100 meters or so, 15 seconds or so between them, and that's all in the last 5 minutes.
It indeed is. We missed out on that action as to how that gap was created, but the Ethiopian there, of course, taking charge. There's a huge difference between the first and the second coming in. And let's take a look at the men. There is a break in the men as well. Joshua Cheptegei taking the lead.
Yeah, 62 minutes on the clock. We're expecting a winning time here of what, something like 72 minutes. So there's only 10 minutes to go. Joshua Cheptegei, I think, has decided enough is enough. And he's got his head down, and we're into single file. And Alphonse Simba in the purple is in his slipstream. But look at Cheptegei here. Now I think he's taken the gloves off and he's powering on. And Cheptegei here still looks wonderfully relaxed, and he uses his arms well. He's such a symmetrical, balanced runner. And that's an indication that he's operating within himself, but he's applying pressure. A little glance over his shoulder there. That too tells you he wants to know what sort of damage this surge is doing. And very often you'll see athletes who are chasing hard, working hard to stay with a leader. Their form goes. And I'll tell you what, Alphonse Simbu, the world champion, is struggling there in second place. He's looking a little bit more ragged, isn't he? The man back in fourth place in the background is Liche. Simbo is there in second place. And Tabello Ramakonguana is in third place, the man from Lesotho. So we've got athletes there, a Ugandan in the lead, we've got a Tanzanian in second, and we've got a Lesotho athlete in third. What has happened to the Ethiopians and the Kenyans today? Wow! 3 other East African nations in 1, 2 and 3.
But my eyes would be on the Tanzanian, Tim, because just the finishing kick in Tokyo would be something that you would be aware of, because just what he's capable of in the final stretches of the race. Do we see another one coming today?
Well, you make a good point, because, of course, Joshua Cheptegei here, who's leading, is a great track racer. He's got fabulous speed in track races. But to kick at the end of a marathon is a different type of kick. It's a different kind of sprint finish. You know, a lot of people who know the marathon world well say it doesn't matter how much speed you've got, how much raw speed you've got. It's very, very hard to sprint at the end of a marathon. Simbu has shown that he's capable of that. As the gap begins to grow to Bello Ramakangwana, the Lesotho athlete in third place. And Cheptegei here really turning the screw. He's testing Simbu here. I think the Ugandan in the lead here knows full well he needs to shake off the attentions of the Tanzanian before the last few hundred meters. So he's working very hard here to break the marathon world champion.
And on your right, what you see is the Open 10K visuals at the start line. Remember, the Open 10K will also happen in waves. More than 6,000 participants in the Open 10K as well. And you have people from all walks of life participating in the Open 10K here at the Tata Steel World 25K race, the gold label race, the first and only. But the 10K brings in a lot of energy, a lot of festivities to the streets of Kolkata. Remember, the amateur runners just about getting to the sport of running, but who knows, from here you get people who start participating in 25K and marathons. How many of such stories have you seen?
Well, I was going to say, it's a great entry-level race. 10K, you know, it's what, 6 English miles, but 10K, if you can negotiate and cope with 10Ks, what a beautiful shot there to the right there too, that overhead shot from the drone, that sea of humanity. And every box is being ticked. You've got massive numbers, you've got athletes who are running very competently, good club standard runners. There's dozens of running clubs now in Kolkata. You know what I'd love to is they've really got hold of the charitable side of things in these Indian races. Massive amounts of money being raised for NGOs and worthy causes.
Yes, philanthropy is a huge part of the Tata Steel World 25K and the marathons that happen across India. But just taking a look back, of course, on the Open 10K, like you said, it's a sea of humanity. The city of joy is filled with joy of these participants who are taking on the streets. But on the other side, the international elite men, Joshua Cheptegei taking the lead, and how there is a huge difference between him and Simbu.
Yeah, Cheptegei's broken him. He's broken the world champion. There's no doubt about that. This is Cheptegei unleashed. The 29-year-old Ugandan is a supreme racer. He might not think he's suited to marathon, but don't let's forget this is a 25K. It's only just over a half marathon distance, and it suits him well. He's an avid Manchester United fan. He loves his football. He played football as a kid. But his motto apparently is everything starts in the mind. And I think when you look at his racing these last 6 or 8 years, how consistent he's been, his world titles, his Olympic gold medals, his world records, he is very strong mentally. And what we've seen from Cheptegei this last 10 minutes or so is him just pummeling away at the guys behind him, like a boxer pummeling somebody into submission. He has broken them this last 5 or 7 minutes, and he's away now. And Simbu in the background is absolutely powerless, because this is Joshua Cheptegei in full flight. 1:07 on the clock. He's only got about 5 minutes of running to go, maybe less than that. He's in the closing stages of this race, and he looks fantastic. And I'd love to see a split to see how close he's getting now, because this acceleration will take him down closer, Redeemer, towards the course record, the race record.
Yes, that split right now is very, very important. Just to be able to understand how close he is to that record. He's currently at 1:07:52. Let me remind you, the record that he's chasing, all the elite athletes chasing here, is Daniel Ebenio's record on this very streets of Kolkata, which is 1:11:13. Now, how close is he to that? We'll find out in just a bit. For now, he's definitely close to a podium finish right on top, and just looks like a monster taking on the streets of Kolkata. So strong, and the rhythm, the consistency with which he's run, hasn't that been very, very it's extremely beautiful to see. And this particular street is the Park Street here in Kolkata. As we see, these are the Christmas decorations at the Park Street. It is an iconic street in Kolkata for some iconic restaurants, nightlife, And also Christmas is a big festival here in Kolkata, given the huge Anglo-Indian population, as this was the capital during the British Raj.
Yeah, and Cheptegei, I suspect, might head out for a bit of shopping this afternoon, but first of all, he wants to get this race nailed, and he's doing just that. You can see Simbu in the background, probably about 60 metres back, 24 kilometres there in what, about 1:08:58, something like that. There's the 24K. It came up on screen very briefly, 68:48. I got it at unofficially. But he is heading here. I don't think we're going to see a race record. I think maybe the U-turns and the hills here have made it a little bit tougher than in years gone by. But the quality of his running here over this last 5K, and I want to see his last 5K split. It will be quite fantastic because he is flying here. He's working hard with the arms. He's got about 2 minutes of running to come. Predicted time 1:12:05. It might be a little bit quicker than that. It'd be lovely to see him get under 1:12. It's not going to be as quick as that 1:11:13 record. We've got to remember that when Benyo set that, he went through the half marathon in under 60 minutes, whereas the half marathon time today was 60:49. So if there was a virtual Daniel Benyo, the race record holder from 2 years ago, if there was a virtual figure of him on the road up ahead, then Cheptegei here would be catching him with every stride, but he's got to run out of road, and Benyo would win the race between them were he here today. Funnily enough, Benyo came back last year and was second, so it's a shame he's not here today to race this great champion. But Cheptegei here looking quite magnificent. 500 metres to run, and the time in the clock, 1:10:26. I think he's going to run just under 1:12 here. A little glance over his shoulder there just to check that he's done the damage, and he has done that. But Redeemer, it's been a magnificent run.
It really has. A quick look at the Indian elite women as well. Seem are pretty much in contention. And taking a look at the final few moments in the final, the business end of the race, the final few meters remaining in the race, and you do see Joshua Cheptegei. But are you really surprised at the fact that the kind of distance between number 1 and number 2, no Simbu?
Well, the foreshortening effect there makes it look smaller than it is. It's actually quite a big gap.
Yeah.
Cheptegei striding along towards the finish line. He's not sprinting here like it was a track race. There's no need. He knows he's got a good gap behind him. But what a battle going on with 200 metres to go behind him, because Simbu, the world champion from Tanzania, the world champion in the marathon, I think has been caught by the man from Lesotho, Tebelo Ramakongwana, the 29-year-old, making his debut at this distance in the red there, in second and third. There's a fabulous battle going on as Joshua Cheptegei storms home here to add his name to the list of great champions. Kenenisa Sebekele was the world record holder at 5,000 and 10,000. He won here back in 2017. Cheptegei, 8 years later, takes the title here at the 10th edition of the Tata Steel World 25K Kolkata. His winning time unofficially 1:07:48. It was, in fact, 1:11:50. I'm looking at the clock to the left there. But that's a brilliant run from Cheptegei. And Gulveer Singh, what a run from him. He comes home in just outside 1:12. And that, I think, from the Indian, is a course record, a race record, by over 3 minutes. Gulveer Singh has just punched through a mass of barriers in the hierarchy of global distance running. He has made it through to world class in spectacular style on the roads here today. That is a superb run. It'll be the story of the day.
It truly will be a story of the day, and he's just etched his name in the history books, just what Gulveer Singh has been able to do. Joshua Cheptegei, of course, missing out on that world record here of Daniel Benyo, 1:11:13. But on the other side, Gulveer Singh making a new record for the Indian elite men and going past by a massive difference. This is a massive difference of a little over 3 minutes.
Yeah, I mean, astonishing, because he hasn't just improved by a normal increment, he's improved by several leaps forward. Simbu did win that battle for second place. Look, 1:11:56 to Ramakongwana's 1:11:59. Great running from the Lesotho athlete. That's probably the best run of his life. And Joshua Cheptegei, well, he did go a long way under 1 hour 12 minutes. Not as quick as Daniel Benyo. Maybe it was a little bit slow in the early stages. certainly those hills will account for quite a few of those seconds between the race record and the time of Cheptegei here today. But it was nonetheless great running, and such a privilege to see a world record holder and double Olympic champion at full throttle there over that last 10 or 15 minutes.
But such a pleasure to also see what Gurveer Singh has been able to do this morning. The defending champion comes here and of course sets a new record, but more importantly, you still don't see another Indian at the finish line.
No, not yet, and it will be a little while yet. Here's the battle for 8th and 9th places, I think. Haymanot Aliu, who was 4th here a couple of years ago, coming home here, I think he's going to be in 8th place. Wesley Yago was in 7th in 1:12.12. Here's another of the Indians by the looks of things. Trying to see who that is.
We're just trying to get... Is that Abhishek? Is that...
Harmanjot Singh, the 30-year-old man from Punjab, making his debut at this distance, looking very, very sedate as he closes on these fellas ahead of him. I don't know if he's going to finish. I think this is 8th and 9th. Aliu there finishing in 8th place, Haymanot Aliu. And 9th place behind him, and I think this is 10th place for Harmanjot Singh. All on his own, much tougher on your own, you know, than when you're racing with somebody. It gives you that extra incentive, almost involuntarily. You can't help but stride out and battle the person beside you. When you're on your own, you've got no sort of reference of how much pain to put yourself into.
Right. But isn't this a solo sport? Isn't this how you train for the sport?
1:15.08. Yes, it is. Yes, it is. But, you know, it's a lonely business. 1:15.08 there, I think, for Harmanjot Singh. And that is quicker than the old Indian record.
All right, let's also take a look at the international elite women and how the race transpires there. You only see just one woman if you get a close glimpse. Yes.
Yeah, tucked in.
It is the 26-year-old Ugandan.
Yeah, Degetu Azimur, the Ethiopian, actually, yeah. Looking strong. And the gap behind her, I can't see anybody. So the challenge from the youngster, Alamayahu, her compatriot, seems to have wilted away. But she's close to 24K. Now, remember, the event record, 1 hour 18:47. I think she's going to be a minute or so outside that here today, but it does look as though it was a bit of a tactical race on the women's side. And they had to contend, of course, with those same hills and corners as the men. But Azimuro here heading for a big, big win. She won here in 2017 in 1 hour 26. She's going to be way quicker than that here now. I guess back in 2017 she was a youngster. She was just 18 years old or something like that. She's a fabulous marathon runner. We know she's got enormous strength. She was second in the London Marathon back in 2021 in 2:17. She's run a 66-minute half marathon. I mean, her credentials are unquestioned. She's actually run a very fast 10,000 on the track. So she's got everything. She's got every card up her sleeve here as Zimmeror. And she has turned back the challenge of Kebede, the double champion over the last couple of years. She's turned back the challenge of the youngster Alamea, who was with her, some 15 minutes or so ago, as we see the elite men there with Kenny Benarek, the international event ambassador with a headband, one of the great global sprinters in the world scene at the moment. And actually, he's a fabulously strong sprinter, is Benarek there to the right in the pink shirt, posing with Joshua Cheptegei and Simbu and the others. But in glorious isolation here, Degetu Azimuro. She said at the press conference a couple of days ago, I said to her, what got you into running, who inspired you? She said, well, my parents pushed me when I was at school, and then my inspiration was Tiranesh Dubaba, who was an Olympic champion, world record holder on the female side in Ethiopia, and Kenenisa Bekele, who won here back in 2017, was a multiple world record holder. So, you know, the Ethiopian youngsters coming through are lucky, Redeemer, because they have these mentors, they have these heroes to look up to, and it says almost subconsciously, it says to you, if they can do it, I can do it.
And India needs exactly that.
And that's what you've got in India in cricket. You've got so many legendary players over goodness knows how many decades going back. Youngsters come into the sport and they know they can do it. They believe. And belief is so important.
It truly is. And that kind of belief is also needed in the sports of distance running in India. Though we'll be impressed with the kind of field that we see in the men's elite category. It has got depth now. We saw what Gurveer Singh was able to do this morning, and as very rightly mentioned, it was historic for us to see Gurveer Singh to be a part of the international elite women. But here she comes in. The lady's here.
Here she comes now, yes. Degatu Azimaro has turned back all challenges over this last hour and 19 minutes or so. Got somebody to chase her, and she's working hard, rocking from side to side, pushing really strongly with 200 meters to go. The event record, well, that's 1:18:47 from Sutume Kebede 2 years ago. She's going to be just outside that, but she is now coming towards the line, 100 meters to go. She's going to be inside 1 hour 20. It's been a brilliant run from her. The 26-year-old is absolutely in her prime. She won her in 2017, so here she is, 8 years later, retaking the title. 1 hour 26, 8 years ago. Today she wins in 1 hour, under 1 hour 20. She's about 7 minutes faster than her old self a few years ago. Big, big smiles there from Degatu Azimaro. Absolutely fabulous run and a clear victory. Truly dominant run from the Ethiopian.
A former Kolkata champion herself did it back way in 2017. She's been away, she's been building, and she's back with a bang. You can see the determination in the stride that we saw from her. She had a complete, huge gap between her and the lady who comes in second, and she wanted the title back, and she has it. Pure determination from Degatu Azimaro, the 26-year-old from Ethiopia.
And the smiles we're seeing, the celebration, is because she's won the race. She knows she won big prize money, $15,000 for first place, but also because this, and there's Kebede crossing the line. Now has Kebede come in second place? Did she catch the youngster Meselech Alameyahu in the all-black who we saw, what, about 15 minutes ago?
It does look like it, doesn't it? Yes, she has.
Wow, there's the youngster, but that's a fabulous run from her. 1:20:45 unofficially crossing the line there in her debut at this distance. And that is a massive leap forward for that youngster too. You know, it's sort of almost frightening how this production line of great Ethiopian youngsters comes through on the men's and the women's side. But Kebede there couldn't manage the hat-trick today as Azimaro, the champion.
But here's the question. If you were Kebede today, here's just another quick look at how Cheptegei finished the race in the international elite men. Couldn't break the record, but a very, very strong and determined run from the man.
Yeah, absolutely. But he showed them a clean pair of heels, didn't he, over the last 10 or 15 minutes, as did Azimaro through the second half of the race. That was an even more dominant run from her. And this, of course, puts the stamp of approval on her plans for a marathon. She's she's a fabulously fast marathon runner. She's a 2:17 marathon runner, one of the fastest in the world at the full distance. So she's super strong. This is under distance racing for her. So I think when you go so well at 25K and you're training for 42K, you know you're on the right track.
But Tim, here's a question. What is Kebede thinking at the moment? She's done it twice. She was in for a hat-trick, but she misses out on that. Are you disappointed with the fact that, you know, you've not been able to secure a hat-trick, or says Kebede, you're still happy that you still have a position finish, a podium finish?
Well, she's finished second. I mean, it wasn't a disastrous day at the office. She is, about a minute and a half slower than her best time on this course, but she'll be happy with that.
All right, we've got our winners here. We'll take a short commercial break. You don't go anywhere, as we've got plenty more coming on the other side. You stay tuned.
हमारे कल के पोस्टर बॉयज एक बार फिर भिड़ेंगे पाकिस्तान से।
इससे बड़ा मुकाबला क्या होगा, ये तो छोड़ने वाले नहीं।
और इस बार गांव पर है एशियन चैंपियनशिप।
भारत पाकिस्तान हुए एक बार फिर आमने सामने।
मजा बहुत आएगा। देखिए डीपी वर्ल्ड मेंस अंडर 19 एशिया कप फाइनल, इंडिया वर्सेस पाकिस्तान, आज सुबह 10:30 बजे से सिर्फ सोनी स्पोर्ट्स नेटवर्क और सोनी लिव पर।
धमाकेदार 7 दिन।
मैं अमिताभ बच्चन शुरू करता हूँ. Are you ready, sir?
साथ जश्न.
एक करोड़. Big promise of entertainment.
आखिरी दौर होगा धमाकेदार.
Happy New Year to all of you. Unbelievable.
धमाकेदार साथ 27 दिसंबर से 2 जनवरी सोनी एंटरटेनमेंट टेलीविजन और सोनी लिव पर.
टेस्ट मैचों की ये श्रृंखला सबसे स्पेशल शो. The legacy continues. ये है मुकाबलों का बाप.
हमारे कल के पोस्टर बॉयज एक बार फिर भिड़ेंगे पाकिस्तान से.
ये तो छोड़ने वाले नहीं.
और इस बार गांव पर है एशियन चैंपियनशिप. देखिए डीपी वर्ल्ड मेंस अंडर 19 एशिया कप फन इंडिया वर्सेस पाकिस्तान आज सुबह 10:30 बजे से सिर्फ सोनी स्पोर्ट्स नेटवर्क और सोनी लिव पर.
Welcome back, and this is the Indian elite women, and we see Seema Jadhav there. We've been only seeing Seema in the Indian elite women team.
Well, we have done, but the reason is because she's left the others in her dust. That 1:25 on the clock, she's coming towards the finish line. Listen, her previous time in this race, 1 hour 32, and look at the time and clock there, top left of your screen. She's running 7 minutes or so quicker than she's run before. I mean, that is a massive leap forward again. So, you know, another indication that with Indian distance running is coming on in leaps and bounds. Gulveer Singh, a brilliant run here today to be the best of the Indians, mixing it with the East Africans. And Seema here, maybe a little way behind the East Africans in the women's race, but nonetheless taking a giant leap forward. 100 metres to run, still moving really well. She looks the part, and hopefully this will inspire youngsters to get into training groups, find coaches, go to running clubs, and push on. You've got to find the talent, and Seema has got talent here, and this is an inspirational run for the Indians. Brilliant for the 24-year-old.
And she does it in 1:26.04, and Seema Jadhav clearly having no competition there in the field, but like you very rightly mentioned, the timing for the Indian elite men as well as women has grown leaps and bounds. A 7-minute difference from what she could do previously, a 3-minute difference for Gulveer Singh. Well, she looks happy, very content, and she'll be very proud, just very proud with the way she's finished that race, and she doesn't look tired at all.
She's just run over 6 minutes quicker than she's ever run before on this course. I mean, that is a historic run from Seema.
And she still has the energy to pose. And there in the Indian colours, the Indian tricolour, Seema Jadhav, very, very proud of the way she's finished the Tata Steel World 25K. We're still waiting for another Indian woman on the finish line. Right, it is a rather proud moment for the Indian athletes, and everything that has transpired in the last in the last 1 hour or so in the Tata Steel World 25K. And now we're joined by someone very, very special. We're joined by Lieutenant General R.C. Tiwari. Sir, welcome to the. Sorry, my bad. He's the governor of West Bengal. So welcome to the show.
Thank you.
And it is really happy to have you here on the show with us. And how have you taken in the energy of everything that's transpired so far in the morning?
See, this run is inspirational and aspirational at the same time for the sports lovers of Kolkata. The entire city has been spruced up for this for the last few days. Those who are not in the field are all with us mentally. This is something which represents the quintessence of the indomitable spirit of the sports lovers. This will give a great message that, you know, whatever happens, we want to go forward. Coming together is beginning. Keeping together is progress. Working together is success. Through this marathon, we have come together, we have kept together, we have run together. We have run towards glory. We run towards personal fulfillment of one's emotions and aspirations.
Indeed, sir, you very rightly mentioned the spirit that Kolkata embodies this morning. But a lot of credit has to go to the government themselves. As a governor yourself, Your Excellency, how has the government come out to support something like this?
The government will support it to the hilt. Because we are a city, a megapolis, which thrives on sports. Sports is felt in the blood and felt along the heart, as far as Kolkata is concerned. Government will support it to the hilt. Whatever is required will be done on time in an adequate measure.
Right. Something different that has happened over the last 10 years, because what we're celebrating today is a decade of difference. Kolkata in the sport of running has come a long way. What have you noticed?
Yes. In fact, the new generation, they're better to sports and they want to excel in every field, not only in sports. And in sports in particular, there's a great tradition for the city. They have won many events all over the world. More than the events, winning the events, it's taking part that is more important. As Pierre de Coubertin said about Olympics, it is not the winning, but the taking part that matters. Calcutta is agog with this idea. When it comes to the marathon, the preparation starts, mental preparation, months back. Entire Calcutta is united in this. Government is there. All stakeholders come together and hold hands and make it a very big success.
Right. Tim?
Yeah, no, what I think is absolutely brilliant is that, and we've mentioned it already in the programme, that when this race was first proposed or first started, there were 700 entries 11 years ago. Now there's 23,000. There was one running club apparently when ProCam first came to Kolkata, one running club in the city. Now there's dozens of running clubs in the city. I mean, that is just meteoric growth, and it's great for the health of the city.
Meteoric is the right word which you used. More than those who we see in the field. There are millions in the houses, who mentally participate in this. Calcutta comes at its best during this marathon.
It truly does. We spoke about the growth in, of course, the marathon, the running clubs, but also just in the participation that we've been able to witness over the last 10 years. In 2014, we had about 700 participants. Now we have 23,000. We're just putting that into perspective. That's 2,300% growth. That says a lot about how this particular sport is transformed in this city. But very quickly, let's also take a look at the men's race, at how the men's race transpired. This is the international elite men, and Cheptegei, of course, looking strong from the very beginning and has a strong finish as well.
Yes, he did. He finished very strongly. But this is the early stage. They started at 5:45 local time, hence it was dark. Then the sun came up. It never warmed up. I mean, conditions beautiful for distance running. Nice cool morning, no wind. More testing course than in years gone by. There were a couple of lumps and bumps around the middle of the race and a few U-turns, I think 6 U-turns, which breaks up the rhythm of the athletes. But Joshua Cheptegei, well, he's twice an Olympic gold medalist. He won gold in Paris last year. He won gold in Tokyo 21. And he stormed away in the latter stages to this commanding victory. Very, very impressive indeed there from the 5-time world champion. His winning time 1:11.49, a little outside the race record, but maybe that's accounted for by those hills and corners.
Yeah, and this morning was filled with a lot of energy coming in from the international elite men. It was a rather competitive field. You had the reigning world champion versus the 2-time Olympic champion, but in the end it was Joshua Cheptegei all the way. A little bit of competition in the field just before he broke out, and the final few meters is where those were the defining moments of the international elite men.
They were indeed, yes. We had a brilliant run here though from Gulbir Singh, the best of the Indians on this day. Here he is in the chasing group in the latter stages. But what's really good is that he was able to go with the main pack for most of the distance, and then when he got dropped and was dropping back, he didn't give up. He applied himself really well and finished so strongly, running a massive new Indian best. There's the winning time for Joshua Cheptegei, 1:11.49, just some 7 seconds ahead of the sprint battle between Simbu, the world marathon champion, and Ramakongwana of Lesotho there. No Ethiopian or Kenyan in the top 3. I think that's a first. Probably the first in any distance race for a long time all over the world. Collins Kipkorir, the best of the Kenyans, finishing in 4th place. Gulbir Singh there. Redeemer, that is a brilliant run. Look at the gap between him and the rest. Harmanjot Singh, a solid run, but Gulveer Singh 3 minutes better.
3 minutes better. Number one is Gulveer Singh, 1 hour 12 minutes 6 seconds. That is a brilliant time for Gulveer. Ups the game himself by over 3 minutes, and Harmanjot Singh 1 hour 15 minutes 11 seconds, and Savan Barwal on the third position, 1:15:25. So what we've witnessed is absolute history here when we talk about the Indian elite men in that competition, up their game by 3 minutes. What does it say about the Indian athletics in focus?
Indian athletics want to be always better than the best. We put our right foot forward because we want to excel in the field of sports. And that's a dedication, it's not a commitment, which comes from every heart. In fact, we want to be top of the world. That's a desire which any participant will have in mind. So therefore we give our best. The Japanese Kaizen takes place here. Every year we see improvement in the number of participants and also the gusto which it produces in the minds of the people.
So that kind of improvement is yet to be seen in the women participation in what we saw even today or even in athletics. How do we make that kind of difference happen in the women's category as well?
See, women's participation is also increasing. But I would say that, all stakeholders have to put efforts to see that more women are attracted to this and also encouraged to come participate.
Right, sir. We're keeping our fingers crossed. There has been a steep increase in the women participation. Just looking forward to more. But thank you so much for joining our broadcast this morning. Thanks a lot. The Honorable Governor of West Bengal, Ananda Bose, joining us this morning. Thank you so much. Very quickly, let's take a look at the women highlights of the international elite women participating in the competition today, the Tata Steel World 25K, and this is how it all transpired. Tim?
It is indeed, yes, Redeemer. What a great race we had on the women's side. One athlete looking for a trio of wins, a hat-trick of wins, but it wasn't to be eventually, although the pack stayed together for certainly the first half of the race. The reigning champions, Zitume Asefa Kebede, I thought was the strong favourite here today, but others had different thoughts. The youngster in all black, Meslech Alameyahu, 19-year-old, led for part of the latter stages. She really tested the more experienced compatriot, the Ethiopian Degetu Azimaro, in the orange and white there. But Azimaro much stronger in the last 3 or 4 kilometres, storming to victory there very impressively. Her winning time, 1 hour 19:36.
And here's a look at the Indian elite women. It had Seema Jadhav written all over it, especially in the later half of the stage of this race. There was no competition that we saw for Seema Jadhav, standing alone and taking it through the finish line with an incredible run time.
Yes, Seema looked the part here, didn't she? She had company for part of the race there from Tibet Tafera, the 19-year-old Ethiopian, who incidentally in the blue vest in the background, the blue T-shirt there, or purple T-shirt, was apparently in her first ever international race. But Seema broke the youngster and came away to a comfortable victory in the women's race. There's confirmation of that win for Degetu Azimaro, 1:19:36, winning by the best part of a minute from the Kebede, the 2-time champion from the last couple of years, and Meslech Alameyahu, who put up such a strong challenge in the middle of the race, coming home for 3rd place.
But just Azimaro, she's done it in 2017. She comes back to do it again to gain the title back. Clearly, she's been putting a lot of work silently over the years.
Well, that's right. I mean, it may be that, she's been racing through each of those years since 2017, but just choosing to give this one a miss and maybe having injuries at certain times. You have to remember, sometimes women disappear from the sport for a year or so to have a thing called a baby. I mean, it happens. The athletes are normal people.
But just how good Seema was this morning, the Indian elite women results. Seema, remember, 1 hour 26, and between her and Sanjeevani Jadhav, there's a difference of 4 minutes, Tim. 4 minutes.
Yeah, 1:26:04. I mean, Sanjeevani Yadav is the best that we'd have. The Maharashtra athlete, the 29-year-old, last year winning in 1:29:12. So, as you say, over 3 minutes quicker than ever before. I mean, just superb running from Seema. And that is, again, while not quite of the same level as Gulveer Singh's jump forwards in global standards, it is a big step forward. And so a very important day today for Indian distance running.
Right. It truly was just the way Gulveer Singh has competed and registered a time, and so has Seema. Now, with that, let's head to IDFC First Bank Studio First interview, and let's see who joins us this morning.
Studio First brought to you by IDFC First Bank.
Alongside me, I've got DB Sundara Ramam, Mr. Ramam, as we celebrate 10 years. What does this race's cultural impact on Kolkata look like to you?
So I think around 10 years back when this race started, I think not only in Kolkata, across the country, the racing culture was not that great. Maybe we could have counted on numbers, fingers within less than 10. But today, even only in Kolkata, there would be almost 80 such runs. Though it's a special one, it's a world 25K, but there are many runs which are started. I think absolutely the credit goes to the run which has started by Procam here along with Tata Steel 25K, and now people are now more towards run for fitness, run for fun. So I think this is a great thing, great initiative, and I'm hopeful that it will go a long way.
It will, for sure. Appreciate your time. Thank you so much for talking to us.
Thank you.
It will go a long way, but it has come a long way. We are celebrating a decade of difference, and not just in numbers, but also in the attitude that the people of Kolkata, the city of joy, have towards this distance running sport. Of the numbers that we've witnessed and the kind of energy that you've witnessed in the open 25K as well as the 10K, and the fact that people come out to run not just for the love of sport, but for various other reasons, what does it say about the culture of running in Kolkata?
Well, it shows that it's exploded. I mean, I was calling it meteoric earlier, but yeah, it's great to see. You know, I think when the people, when the idea of this big race was first proposed to some runners in Kolkata, apparently they said, how much will you pay us to run?
Yeah.
And it was like, well, no, it's a mass participation race. You pay us a few rupees to enter it. And once they got their heads around that, the way the equation works, the way the business model works, then numbers exploded. 23,000 today in all the different races is magnificent, and that will only keep growing, you know. And I keep saying that actually, in terms of talent in India and the numbers participating, you've hardly scratched the surface yet. I think give it another 10 or 15 years and India will be a massive power in the world of running.
And I think we're pretty much on track with all the distance running that is happening across the country. Procam for sure has to be given a lot of credit for it, but we're pretty much on track of what we've seen today in the Indian elite men and in the Indian elite women. It is another step towards that direction.
Yes, it is. Yeah, it's a Mount Everest to climb, because the East Africans have taken distance running to a different level. You know, the Europeans are working hard to catch up and keep up with the East Africans. But it's possible. You know, India has got such a massive talent pool, 1.5 billion people. You've got some bloke who throws the javelin called Chopra. Is that right? Heard of him?
Yes.
You know, you've had great long jumpers. You've had great 400-meter runners. It's just a case of finding the talent in India. The talent is absolutely there in this country. So it is only a matter of time. And the rest of the world should watch out, because it's a sleeping giant. I mean, I've used that phrase before. India will become a massive power in distance running. But again, you've got to put the numbers in there. You can't expect to put a very small number of athletes through the ringer, so to speak, of training and coaching and expect to get great champions coming out the other side. You've got to put massive numbers in.
So here's hoping that a youngster who's watching our broadcast live gets inspired, picks up those shoes, takes on the sport of running, not just for the fun of it, but also as a professional. But just talking about how inspiring are some of our heroes. Here's another one coming your way. It's Triparna.
The journey to 25K is something which has been really great for Triparna. What we see today is having a lot of work which was done in the background for the last 2 years. And then last year she was doing 10K, and then this year she graduated and put herself to compete for 25K. That clearly shows that she never settles for less. It's also a great lesson for our daughter to see her mom.
The planning is unbelievable. She treats her running like it's some kind of critical business meeting. It's scheduled and cannot be missed. We see her stress, but it also shows that if you plan something properly and with time, you can handle anything life has in store for you.
How inspiring is that most people just find the time to do a job. She's not only doing a job, a 45-year-old, named the corporate, the biggest brand she's already worked for. But apart from that, she's also trekked the Kilimanjaro. She's also a marathon runner. And she's making it look so easy, so inspiring. And, you know, just the way she goes about her business, her daughter says she's extremely professional about it. Tim, how were you when you were running? You're still running. But what kind of a person were you when you were doing it professionally?
Oh, crikey. I mean, I was very, very lucky because back in the 1980s, the African Revolution hadn't happened. There were not the massive numbers of Ethiopians and Kenyans and Tanzanians and Ugandans. So I was a great runner in the European theatre and was able to run well at global level. But this is a different world now. So, you know, I take my hat off to all these great runners that are coping now in this environment.
Right, but I wonder if you were extremely specific about your routine.
Oh, absolutely.
Yeah, what was your routine like?
Well, you had to be. You know, you'd run at the same time of day most days. You have the same practice. I mean, I used to do a warm-up for track sessions, and it would take 14 minutes. Without looking at my watch, it would be with a few seconds the same week after week.
All right, very quickly, let me show you the questions that we've got for you, because you stand a chance to win prizes. And even if you're not eyeing a podium finish, here are the questions that we have. You simply just have to scan that QR code and fill in your details and answer this question. The Tata Steel World 25K is held during which month of the year? Well, is it September, October, December, or Jan? Our second question is, what is the ethos of the Tata Steel World 25K? A century of difference, a year of difference, a decade of difference, or a millennium of difference? And our third question is, which edition of the Tata Steel World 25K Kolkata is being held in 2025? Is it 10, 15, 20, 25? Remember, get in your answers now, because the elite races are finished at 9 a.m. We will be announcing the winners. Take a short break. We'll be back soon.
Brought to you by Tata Steel.
हमारे कल के पोस्टर बॉयज एक बार फिर भिड़ेंगे पाकिस्तान से।
इससे बड़ा मुकाबला क्या होगा? ये तो छोड़ने वाले नहीं।
और इस बार गांव पर है एशियन चैंपियनशिप।
भारत पाकिस्तान हुए एक बार फिर आमने सामने।
मजा बहुत आएगा। देखिए डीपी वर्ल्ड मेंस अंडर 19 एशिया कप फन, इंडिया वर्सेस पाकिस्तान, आज सुबह 10:30 बजे से सिर्फ सोनी स्पोर्ट्स नेटवर्क और सोनी लिव पर।
धमाकेदार 7 दिन।
मैं अमिताभ बच्चन शुरू करता हूँ। Are you ready, sir?
7 जश्न।
एक करो। Big promise of entertainment.
आखिरी दौर होगा धमाकेदार।
Happy New Year to all of you! Unbelievable!
धमाकेदार 7, 27 दिसंबर से 2 जनवरी सोनी एंटरटेनमेंट टेलीविजन और सोनी लिव पर।
The last match day of 2025 is here. A year of dominance.
Kane, stellar season.
And despair.
And the woe sickens for Heidenheim.
Finally ends. But on this last day, you can rewrite the story.
Oh my goodness! Where did that come from?
Decide how you're going to end it.
Luis Diaz!
Heidenheim versus Bayern.
Live on Sony Sports Network and Sony Live.
Across cities and empires.
These nights are always special.
From kings to contenders.
A night that is set up for heroes.
They all chase one thing.
And this is the Champions League for you.
It's more than silver.
What a night for football.
More than glory.
Unbelievable.
It's the cup that rules them all.
Watch the UEFA Champions League live on Sony Sports Network and Sony Live.
5 टेस्ट मैचों की ये श्रृंखला सबसे स्पेशल The legacy continues.
हमारे कल के पोस्टर बॉयज एक बार फिर भिड़ेंगे पाकिस्तान से।
ये तो छोड़ने वाले नहीं।
और इस बार गांव पर है एशियन चैंपियनशिप। देखिए डीपी वर्ल्ड मेंस अंडर 19 एशिया कप फन इंडिया वर्सेस पाकिस्तान आज सुबह 10:30 बजे से सिर्फ सोनी स्पोर्ट्स नेटवर्क और सोनी लिव पर।
Welcome back to Tata Steel World 25K. And joining me in the studio is an absolute legend. A football legend, but also very, very dear to the city that we are sitting in right now, Kolkata. The man is an absolute inspiration, ladies and gentlemen. Please welcome Bhaichung Bhutia.
Thank you.
Hello there.
Thank you so much for having me.
No, it is our pleasure. Our entire production is extremely excited. Everyone who's watching us here is extremely excited. But having said that, we are here in the city of joy. You're a witness of everything that's transpired in the morning. Has it impressed you?
Yes, I've lived here for almost 15-20 years, and this is my second home. And I think the sports, if you talk of football, I think this is Mecca of Indian football, and this is home to the iconic 3 football clubs in India, which is East Bengal, Mohunbagan, Mohammedans. And yeah, it's great to be back here. And I think today morning, the atmosphere, the energy level of people running was so good, and yeah, it's been a great day.
Do you do any jogging? Do you do any running these days, or are the knees up to it?
A bit, but obviously because of football, it's taken this toll for over a decade now. So I do less of running. I do quite a bit of cycling and swimming.
Cycling's good for the knees.
Yes.
Cycling's good for the knees. What about gym?
We obviously, once you start getting a bit older, so I think gym is where you really need to work out on your muscles. So yeah, more on working out on weights than doing some runs.
So you've got strong legs. You go to the gym. You sound perfect for running, actually, but more importantly, you've been a very strong part of the sort of contributor to the sporting culture of Kolkata. You must be aware of that. That you're on the shoulders of giants, and you're one of those giants for this next generation.
True. Yeah. So I think it's really great again to see such a big event happening at Tata Steel World 25K. I think it's going to inspire a lot of young generations to run, and I was listening to you guys as well, the way you've been speaking of African runners, and I think India does have huge talent. As you were mentioning, I think we need to have more numbers coming out and taking part in running it. I think India can become the next big thing in at least the marathons, I feel, because there's huge talent across. If you look at the geographical place of India, a lot of runners come from very rural and remote places.
And high altitude.
High altitude as well. And they are so naturally talented in terms of running. It's just that we need to find them, train them, and also make sure that, there are a lot of initiative in the grassroots level, in the younger age, not in the long 25K, but smaller, maybe 3K, 2K, or some kind of running where you influence them to take up marathon as professional.
We'll touch upon that more in detail just to have an understanding of how more Kolkata can contribute to India's sporting landscape. But, Bhaichung, you're not just an Indian football legend, you're a Kolkata legend. And this is what transpired just a couple of days ago before the race day.
Yes.
And we took you to some places in Kolkata where your career took flight. What was this like?
Again, Kolkata without football is no fun. So I think for the first time, they also encouraged a lot of few runners who wanted to just play football, part of the campaign to 25K, Tata Steel 25K. So I think this was a great initiative. We had good participants, and it was fun. I got to play some football with the runners as well.
That's fantastic. But of course, that speaks volumes of what you mean to Kolkata. Now, coming back to the contribution that Kolkata as a city has been able to do in India's sporting landscape, how far do you think Kolkata can contribute to athletics?
I think huge, because Kolkata is known for our Dada Saurabh Ganguly in cricket, and obviously football, it's a mecca of Indian football. But I think athletics as well, it's got huge potential. And again, when you say athletics, I feel still Bengal and Kolkata definitely will have good long distance runners, because you can see that talent in a lot of runners. It's just that I think we'll, as I said, we'll have to make sure that they're given the platform and kind of encouragement. And I think Kolkata Tata Steel 25K is really, I think, it's been 10 years, and the influence I think it has had, the marathon has had, I think it's brought in a lot of first-time runners, but also I think it's inspiring a lot of now runners in Bengal to take up professionally, and hopefully I think in next couple of years we want to see a boy or a girl from Kolkata winning the Tata Steel 25K marathon, at least for the Indian run, men and women thing.
Did you run much at school yourself? Because there was a certain David Beckham who was a very good cross-country runner as a kid.
I did do a marathon in school. I did the sub-junior one, we call it, that was below, I think, under 14, and I won that. But I'm more of a short sprinter because I play in football. I played as a striker, so the running style of strikers are very different from midfielders. So yes, we had I had some of my friends in Indian team, like Renedy Singh. He's a midfielder. He's one of the best marathon runner, and he's similar. He's known, actually, Renedy is known as David Beckham for Indian football, and he's a very good marathon runner. And I think in football you have a lot of midfielders who covers those distance, and that's where I think you see the midfielders doing a lot of marathons as well.
Right, just like football, marathons and long distance running sport is a test of endurance. But you know what, we're going to test it a little more further. Here's some entertainment for you since you're on our broadcast, Baichung. This is a segment called Breaking Carbs. We're just wanting to see if the participants have got a little more fuel left in them after they finished a 25K. Over to you, Debbie.
Hi, Rithiba. So right now it is that beautiful moment right after the run where runners are just, catching a breath. They're slowing down. They're still not being able to soak in the sun because it's still very chilly over here. But I've got a few people with me who are tired, like legs are tired, but spirit is very high. We are about to kick off a fun activity which is called breaking carbs because they've already burnt a lot of calories, but right now we are just here to break the seriousness. So the first game that I'm going to play with them is called the slow-mo scenario run, for which I need 4 runners with me and they're all waiting there. Sir, can you come this side? This side here. Can't believe I'm actually gathering people out here. Right, so I need 3 of you will do. I think, okay, there's more. So 4. So I'm just going to describe the game. It is called the slow-mo scenario run, okay? You don't have to run anymore. और भागना नहीं है. एक ही जगह पे खड़े होके कैमरा की तरफ ऐसे स्लो-mo करके फिल्मों में जैसा होता है वैसे दौड़ने का एक्टिंग करना है, दौड़ना नहीं है, ठीक है? एक्टिंग करना है, ओके? रेडी? 1 मिनट तक करना है और उसमें मैं आपको कुछ कमांड्स दूंगी, ठीक है? उसको फॉलो करना है. Ready? Good to go? All right. 3, 2, 1. Here we go. That is the finishing line. You're going towards the finishing line. धीरे चलना है और स्लो. आप शाहरुख खान हैं, वहाँ पे काजोल है. Okay. अभी लेट हो रहा है. वॉच की तरफ देखना है. ठीक है? And now you're going towards the finishing line. You're touching the finishing line. Blow kisses. Hold करना है यहाँ पे. Blow kisses to your fans. All right. So there's no winner, there's no loser in this. We're just having fun, and in some time I'll come back to you with more drama from the ground. Over to you.
Thanks a ton, Devi. I have to say that is one of a kind, breaking carbs. But I don't think a lot of carbs have been broken in that activity. But having said that, interesting, fun, and it definitely requires a lot of control. Talking about control, talking about 2 different cultures coming to Kolkata. Since you are here, a huge football culture and now a huge athletics culture. Do you see some kind of similarities between these 2 cultures in the city?
I think there is, because both athletics and football is sports, and I think Kolkata is very sporting city. And I think, as we've already seen, even with Tata Steel 25K World 25K Marathon, over the 10 years, Now, if you look at this year's participant, you've got 23,000 people running this race. So I think you can see that similarity culture in sports, and the way it's grown over the years, I think it's been fantastic.
You know, just before you came in, Baichung, I was asking Tim as a professional athlete himself, what was he most specific about when he was competing professionally? What has made you, if you had to think about those top 3 things, what has made you a legend?
I think just being consistent, doing what you really love to do, and giving your best. Obviously, sports is all about winning and losing, yeah, I think just keep going, because I think sports is something which keeps you on the toe. You're always looking for next challenge. Whatever you have done it in the past, whether you've had scored hat-trick or lost badly, you just leave behind and just look for the future challenge, and that's what I think it teaches you with football.
Well, we've got a hero in the studio, and we also have a hero coming your way, because we were telling you stories, narrating stories throughout the broadcast of our running heroes, and here's a very special one for you as well, Baichung, because these are stories of everyday people who are doing extraordinary things, and the next one is Arun. Well, he is Arun Kumar Singh, a former professional turned masters category athlete, and just saying and defining that age is just another number. And he is now an Asian silver medalist. Let that sink in, because he transitioned from his professional career into masters athletics, and within a few years he's standing on international podiums. Arun represents something profound, that retirement for one thing is simply the starting line for another. So many people reach a certain age and think, my competitive days, my competition days are over, but my achievement days are done. Arun said, my achievement days are just beginning. He trained, he competed, he got faster, stronger, more focused, and then he went to Asian Masters Championship and claimed a silver. Not participation, not just completion, a podium, an international podium. Proof that athletic greatness has no age limit. Proof that the body can improve even as age goes by. And this is exactly what Baichung was talking about as we went in, is that as a sportsman, once you're done with one challenge, you're looking for another. Very inspiring there as well.
I think it's a great inspiring story. I think the way he started, he's saying, I'm starting my new life at that age. I think a lot of youngsters are going to feel ashamed the way, get embarrassed. But I think it's such a great inspiring story, and people like him are there to really, take athletics and make people fall in love, and also come and start running, and stay and live a healthy and fit life.
Right, well, 23,000 participants today, a huge difference that we've seen over the last decade. But there is more to come. What needs to be done? I'll ask Baichung, but for now, let's head to Devi for another breaking carb session.
So they've tested their lungs, they've tested their legs. Right now it is time to test their balance and their love for Mishti, because hey, this is Kolkata. So right now I have 4 people with me, 4 runners who are absolutely ready to play our next game in breaking carbs, which is called the Rasgulla squats. And the name is self-explanatory. All they have to do is they have to do deep squats, but with a spoon between their teeth and a rasgulla at the tip of the spoon. They cannot, they have to do deep squats, and the rasgulla can't drop. They can't drop the Mishti, for love of God. All right? पता है आपको क्या करना है? मैंने तो already समझा दिया आपको. For 1 full minute they have to do this. Shall I start the time? All right, deep squats karna hai, and your time starts now. Come on, come on, come on. Deep squats, deep squats. Thighs parallel to the ground. Deep squats, deep squats. All right, oh my God. I think 4 of them are going to win. What impeccable balance, man. 16 seconds, 17, 18, 20 seconds gone. And nobody has dropped their mishtis. What self-control? You don't feel like eating it? You don't like mishti? I think you're about. Can you laugh? Oh my God, I cannot even distract that. And already half a minute gone. It's almost 40 seconds now. And nobody has dropped the rasgulla. 50 seconds gone, 10 more seconds to go. That's 5, 4, 3, 2, and 1. Oh my goodness! All of them are winners! Yay! 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 He just dropped it now. All right, it's crazy fun.
I just hope that nobody's taking a bite into that rasgulla, because the whole point is breaking carbs, and that's a lot of fat and carbs right there. But Bhaisham, when was the last time you touched sweets?
I think a few days ago.
Oh, really?
Yeah, so I'm not now retired, so I'm trying to enjoy my, obviously from football, so not an active sports person, so I try and sometimes get carried away with, especially when you're in Kolkata, the rasgullas.
When was the last time you were a squat like that with your knees?
You're really behind his knees.
So especially because I know I couldn't, because my knees are a little bit sore these days.
And they did 1 minute, which is quite a lot after running,
Yes.
25K as well. That's a great fitness. But yeah, for me, I think I would not go more than 30 seconds, I guess.
How often do you exercise though these days? With so many years of hard training, that discipline you had to apply. How often do you actually do anything?
I do train quite a bit. If I'm back home in Sikkim, I try and do my mountain bike. I cycle quite a bit. When I'm traveling, I try and hit the gym once in a while. So I would say definitely thrice a week.
Okay.
Yeah, that's a definite. But it could go up to 5-6 days if I have the time and the gym is around. And yeah.
Time is the most precious thing.
It's just the traveling, because with the travel sometimes you get caught up.
All right, I'm going to dig in a little more deeper into your playing days and understand what was your discipline like, and I'm sure everyone who's watching will be rather inspired. But before we get there, I want to show you another of our running heroes. Everyday life's extraordinary story. Here's another one. This is Murtaza. Well, Murtaza Sabatra is a hardware shop owner, a husband, father to 2 young daughters, ages 8 and 4, and the architect of a fitness revolution in his joint family of 11 people. As you see, he's taken on the Kolkata streets today as well. But this is a very, very inspiring story, as Murtaza started running in 2014, not for fitness, not for competition, just to assess where he stood physically. 1 run became 2, 2 became 10, 10 became a habit, and then something beautiful happened. His family noticed. His wife started running along with him, then his daughters started asking to come along, to be able to participate in the sport of running. And now the entire joint family, 11 people across 3 generations, have embraced fitness. From cricket fields to marathon roads, these are the kind of stories that keep us motivated. Can you imagine an entire family? This is a proper revolution. What one man can do, I
think the great thing is he's encouraging his kids to run and to be fit and to stay healthy. I think which is wonderful, because I think in India, at least my generation or older than my generation, we've been always told about studies and academics and all that. And I think it's time to change for younger parents like me and other parents as well, to make sure that at least you're encouraging your kids to take up sport, if not play professionally as well, just to stay fit and healthy. And this is such a great example that he himself is a role model to his kids, and now his kids are seeing the father, the daughters are now starting to run and play some sport. I think this is the culture we need to create in India.
But Bachung, what he's been able to do for his family, you've been able to do it for the nation in so many ways, so many accolades, so many things you've achieved. But when you look back at your career, what has been your biggest achievement, personally?
I think this, as any footballer or any sports person, the dream is to play for your country, and which I managed to do it, and captained my national team for a longest period, and achieving few things, like then after that I went on to play in England, and then played in Malaysia as well. So I think it feels nice when you're playing as an active sports person. You just want to do well and compete and try and take the next challenge. But I think after you retire, you feel good to see a lot of first player in India to play 100 matches, first professional to sign a contract with European club. So those are something which you feel nice about it. But I think ultimately it's just about trying to take challenges and try keep improving. And that's what I wanted to do it. I had played in India with the biggest club, played for India. I wanted to test myself, so I had to go abroad to play and test myself in England. Stayed there for 3 years. So I think you need to keep looking at challenges ahead and see what you can do best.
I'm curious to know whether or not you'd like to be playing now, because in running there is so much new technology, the shoes, the training techniques, the recovery, the diet advice, and in football, you know, the guys are wearing these vests now that show how many meters they cover in a game. To the nearest meter you can see if they've covered 5, 7, 10 kilometers in the game. The boots are better, the balls are different. Would you like to be playing now?
Definitely, yes, Tim. I think with technology it's come so much easier. And during our days, we didn't have, even fitness trainers were something of a news those days. So now, if you look at a lot of professional athletes or footballers, the kind of support system they have with clubs, with dietitian, the fitness trainer, the equipment, you know, technologies come in. So I think I've had 6 or 7 operations in my knee. So definitely, I would have not had so much of operation. I would have changed my playing style a bit. I was a bit of an aggressive player. So with that support, with that technology coming in, I think my style would have changed a bit, and maybe I could have been running Tata Steel 25K right now. Yeah. But yeah, I think things have changed for good.
They indeed have. They indeed have. And hoping there's more change coming in for the better. All right, let's head back to Debbie for some entertainment. Breaking carbs.
So we're about to do the piston knee drive right now. I have 3 runners with me. All they have to do is first they have to do a reverse lunge and they have to then explode into a high knee. But the catch is, whenever I say freeze, they have to freeze and they cannot wobble. There's no democracy in this game, right? I'm going to give you 1 minute. Ready? Ready? Freeze बोलने से freeze करना होगा. Wobble नहीं कर सकते ऐसे. ठीक है? Ready? All right. 3, 2, 1. Let's go. High knees, then high knees. वो नहीं हो रहा है. No. Lunge, then high knees. High knees. Yes. Now faster. He's doing it right. Faster. I think we're going to have a clear winner in this one. That's not happening. इनको follow कीजिए. First lunge, then high knee. Lunge, then high knee. Yes. Absolutely. 30 seconds gone. Okay, now, right, you're getting it right. Now, freeze. All right, start again. Freeze. Wonderful. All right, start. Freeze. I think we have a clear winner in this one. What is your name, sir?
Jagdisha V.
And he is the winner! Yes! We'll come back with more fun from the ground, but right now, this is for you, sir. Back to you in the studio, Ridhima.
Well, thank you so much, Debbie. That just looks so brutal, though. Having said that, because they've just finished 25K, their knees are trembling. But that must be tough. That is so tough. Kudos to Jagdish for pulling that off. But coming back to, you know, the discussion on the sporting culture in Kolkata and the revolution that we are at, in many ways, I'd say that India is at the brink of a sporting revolution. The kind of participation that we're seeing in the Olympics, still a long way to go to be able to have those medals coming in. What can India do to shift gears?
I think first thing is we need to create a culture. We need to create an environment where we are more sporty as a nation. And I think that mindset is starting to change. And especially, as I said earlier, with young parents, you know, we're now looking at kids to play sports. And it's good to see a lot of parents now, when they put their kids to any education institute, they're looking at what kind of sports facilities you have as well. I think that mindset is very, very important. And I know, you know, speaking to my friends and my generation or older than that, I think they were only forced to make sure that they study and do something through academics. So I think that mindset is changing, and obviously a lot of sporting events should happen. There has to be a lot of participation in the grassroots level. I think that the biggest challenge is that every weekend, if we have kids to go and compete in a district or a village or any city level tournament, so that they can play a weekly kind of a league for any hockey, cricket, football. I think that's the kind of environment we need to create, and that is still a big challenge. So if we can create that, and I think it's not very difficult to do that, it can happen. It's just that initiative has to be taken by the community or the district level associations or state level associations. And if we can create that every weekend, a 14-year, 12-year-old, 14-year-old is competing in a league and creating that atmosphere, and the kid is always looking forward for the weekend to go and play that match, and then the kind of training he gets, he enjoys that training in the weekdays, and he keeps looking forward for that weekend tournament. And if you can create that culture, I think we're going to see a lot of participations, and once you see more players coming and playing, the talent, the pool of talent you have is going to be a huge number, and that's where I think we need to get there.
All right. I mean, that mindset change is slow, but it's definitely happening. But before I let you go, Baichung, just one last question. The recent times, the athletes that you've seen across sports in India, which athlete has inspired you the most?
I think for me, if I have to name one athlete in India who is a great inspiration, is Dhanraj Pillai. Just not because of what he's done to Hockey India as well, but I think he's been somebody who spoke out, because I think Indian sports have gone through a lot of challenges and difficulties, and especially a lot of sports person. And Dhanraj is one athlete who stood up for his players, and sometimes he's spoken against the federation, against the government when he felt that things were not right. And he's always fought for the team, fought for the players, fought for the game. And I think we don't see that, because our culture, Indian culture, is all about respecting elders, respecting your, associations. And sometimes a lot of associations get it wrong, and there are a lot of, wrong kind of coaches as well, you get wrong kind of training. And we don't speak out, because ours is always respect to elders, respect the society. But you need to speak out, because I think in India what happens is very few athletes get to go and see the world standard, compete in world tournaments like Asian Games, Commonwealth or Olympics. And these players who've seen outside facilities, infrastructure and everything, and they come back, I think it's right for them to speak in a positive way and demand for right things. But unfortunately we don't see that happening much with Indian sports person, because our culture is such. And there are some iconic sports person in India, and especially cricketers are worshipped in India. Unfortunately, we don't see big cricketers also speaking out for athletes and sports person, where I feel that they need to speak for the betterment sport and sports person.
I think that's a statement right there from the legend himself. Thank you so much, Baichung. Thanks a lot for joining our broadcast. That was truly inspiring. Very quickly, let me remind all our viewers that you're supposed to participate in the quiz if you want some prizes. And the question is, the Tata Steel World 25K Kolkata is held during which month of the year? September, October, December, Jan? Well, the clue is right here. Scan the QR code, put in your details, and answer the second question as well, which is, what is the ethos of the Tata Steel World 25K Kolkata? A century of difference, a year of difference, a decade of difference, or a millennium of difference? And the third question is, which edition of the Tata Steel World 25K is being held in 2025? Is it 10th? Is it the 15th? 20th or 25? Let me remind you, whoever wins gets a stay at the Lalit here in Kolkata. We'll take a short break here. You don't go anywhere. We've got plenty on the other side. You stay tuned.
Brought to you by Tata Steel.
हमारे कल के पोस्टर बॉयज एक बार फिर भिड़ेंगे पाकिस्तान से।
इससे बड़ा मुकाबला क्या होगा, ये तो छोड़ने वाले नहीं।
और इस बार गांव पर है एशियन चैंपियनशिप।
भारत पाकिस्तान हुए एक बार फिर आमने सामने।
मजा बहुत आएगा। देखिए डीपी वर्ल्ड मेंस अंडर 19 एशिया कप फाइनल, इंडिया वर्सेस पाकिस्तान, आज सुबह 10:30 बजे से सिर्फ सोनी स्पोर्ट्स नेटवर्क और सोनी लिव पर।
धमाकेदार 7 दिन।
मैं
अमिताभ बच्चन शुरू करता हूँ. Are you ready, sir? साथ जश्न. 1 करोड़.
Big promise of entertainment.
आखिरी दौर होगा धमाकेदार.
Happy New Year to all of you! Unbelievable!
धमाकेदार साथ 27 दिसंबर से 2 जनवरी सोनी एंटरटेनमेंट टेलीविजन और सोनी लिव पर.
टेस्ट मैचों की ये श्रृंखला सबसे स्पेशल The legacy continues. ये है मुकाबलों का बाप.
हमारे कल के पोस्टर बॉयज एक बार फिर भिड़ेंगे पाकिस्तान से.
ये तो छोड़ने वाले नहीं.
और इस बार गांव पर है एशियन चैंपियनशिप. देखिए डीपी वर्ल्ड मेंस अंडर 19 एशिया कप फन इंडिया वर्सेस पाकिस्तान आज सुबह 10:30 बजे से सिर्फ सोनी स्पोर्ट्स नेटवर्क और सोनी लिव पर.
And welcome back. This morning has been extravagant with everything that we've witnessed on the streets of Kolkata, just how the Indian elite men and women have finished. It has been inspiring in many ways. And also, we were an elite company in our studio. We had Bhaichung Bhutia, and now we are joined by TV Narendra, the CEO and Managing Director of Tata Steel. Hello and good morning.
Morning.
Welcome. Have you enjoyed yourself?
I did, but I've enjoyed the previous editions better because I used to run. This year I've not run, so I'm just here for the breakfast and for the media interviews.
No, but you have to be very proud with just the way our Indians have finished today.
Absolutely. I think it's incredible. I'm proud for 2-3 reasons. I think Calcutta has really got the running bug now. I mean, the number of runners we had today is great, about 23,000. When we started, it was 6,000. So we've come a long way. Secondly, the way the Indian runners have done is incredible. It's really something we are very happy to see.
You're carrying a slight injury, you were saying, sort of on your top of your hip.
Yeah.
It's almost like a rite of passage.
Absolutely, and I think obviously as runners, you need to make sure you get time to recover, you do your exercises. So I said, okay, let me take it a bit easy. I normally do the 10K, but maybe next year.
You know, so the fact that you've been running the distance yourself for so long, we were just chatting and I want to just tell our viewers that he's been running a 9K almost every day in Bombay. But the fact that 25K in itself is a unique challenge. When you see amateur runners, people who are from daily lives picking up their shoes and taking on the field, what does it say about the culture of running imbibing into the fabric of the city?
See, to me, running is, anyone can do it, right? I mean, that's the best thing about it. You just need a pair of shoes. You may not even need a pair of shoes. You have enough runners, even in Mumbai, running bare feet, right? So it's just about getting out there and doing whatever distance you're comfortable with. It's not about running the full marathon if you're comfortable with 10K, 15K, 25K, whatever it is. I think it's about going out there. I think it tells a lot. It teaches you a lot. I think sports teaches you a lot. And I think going out there and running, even for folks in the corporate world like me, is a great way to relax, to unwind, and to stay fit.
But more importantly, Tata Steel has been a part of this difference, this journey for the last decade.
Absolutely. So for us, Tata Steel has traditionally supported sports which don't get too much of support. So if you look at the history of Tata Steel, we've supported in India archery, hockey. Globally, we've supported chess. Even in India, we've supported chess, football, sports like that, because there are sports which get a lot of money, and we tend to support sports which need some support. So running is again one of those examples of us playing a role, particularly in the East. Running was very popular in Bombay and Mumbai and Delhi and places like that, Bangalore. But we thought we'll bring it to Kolkata, and I'm glad that we've achieved something in the last 10 years.
You indeed have, because I want to show you another story here. We've been running stories on our broadcast. We call it the Running Heroes. These are everyday, ordinary people with extraordinary stories. Extraordinary is because this particular sport has been able to make some sort of difference in their lives, and they've been able to do that in other people's lives as well. So now the story coming your way. This is our running hero, Roshni Bose.
Roshni, আমার younger daughter, and যখন ও হয়েছিল তখন ক্লাব ফিট নিয়ে ওর জন্ম হয়।
We were shocked and we didn't know whether that was a gift or not.
যখন একটু বড় হলো, হাঁটা চলা সবেতেই আনএবল ছিল, অন্য বাচ্চাদের মতো পারতো না দাঁড়াতে দৌড়াতে। ভেতরে ভেতরে ওর হয়তো একটা ভয় ছিল যদি পড়ে যায়, বা যেহেতু অন্য ছেলেমেয়েরা হাসাহাসি করবে কি সেই জন্যে ও খুব একটা খেলায় পার্টিসিপেট কোনোদিনই করেনি স্কুল জীবনে। যখন করোনা হলো তখন তো সমস্ত জনজীবন বলতে গেলে স্তব্ধ। ও বাড়িতে অনলাইন ক্লাস শুরু করে, ডান্সিং, তারপরে এক্সারসাইজিং। আর্লি মর্নিংয়ে বেরিয়ে ওই রেড রোড বা ওই ধরনের জায়গায়, ফাঁকা জায়গায় লেক রোডে গিয়ে আস্তে আস্তে প্র্যাকটিস শুরু করলো। আমরা এখন খুব প্রাউড।
I realized that's a great gift to us by the God.
Talk about turning a disability into your strength, because Roshni now is no longer just a runner, she's a pacer, and she's right now leading the 85-minute bus for the 10K category.
Wonderful.
Wonderful, isn't it?
Absolutely. And in fact, since you talked about club feet, we're doing a lot of work on club feet also, because it's something which can be treated so easily. Oftentimes the awareness is not there, particularly in semi-urban and rural India. So we're doing a lot of work on, helping kids who have club feet at a very early stage, so that their life doesn't have to be as impacted as sometimes happens.
You know, sir, I've just been very intrigued with the fact that Tata Steel has been a part of so many sports that needs help in the country, like you very rightly mentioned. What is the value that overall does Tata Steel see in these sports, and how does it impact the country, the nation as a whole?
Yeah. You know, when Tata Steel was founded, it was one of the first Tata companies to be founded. One of the founding philosophies was we have to connect with the community. And sports is a great way for us to connect with the community. Not many people know that Dorab Tata was then the chairman of Tata Steel and Tata Group, funded the first Indian team to the Paris Olympics in 1920. Yeah? He was the chair of the Indian Olympic Association, and he funded it out of his personal money. And since then we've been supporting sports in a very, very big way. So it's for us, it's a very important and useful bridge with the community. I also think it helps youth do something productive, keeps them off the streets, gets them to do stuff which will help them for the rest of their lives. So in many ways it allows us to make a positive impact to the communities around where we live. So it's been a very important part of it. So it's not so much about corporate branding as about the fact that we can help the communities. You know, the branding is incidental, but it's more about helping the communities.
A good friend of mine in London, who was associated with the Times newspaper, said that a day when he was too busy to run was a day when he was too busy. How did you, in your executive life, find time to run? Do you just get up incredibly early and put it in before the day, or do you take...
I'm a morning guy, so that's the first thing I do in the morning. I normally wake up at 5:15. By 5:45, I'm out there. So then you have no other excuse, right? I mean, unless I'm on a flight at that time in the day, I have no excuse. If wherever I am, whichever part of the world I am, get up in the morning, either go to the gym or get out there. And it's a great way to see a city. If you're in a new city for the first time, find a path, and it's beautiful.
But if you're up at 5:15, you must be an early to bed as well.
I am. I try to get to bed at least by 10 o'clock or something if I can. So that's a routine which I enjoy if I can do it. Sometimes you can't because of travel and other commitments. But that's my favorite routine. If I can sleep by 10:30, wake up at 5 and spend till 7:30 out there, then I'm ready for the day. Then you've done the most important part of your day, and then you focus on the work.
Yes.
Right. Well, when the leadership has that kind of focus and discipline, it definitely trickles down, and that's the reason why Tata Steel has been able to create that kind of difference. It's a decade of difference.
10 years of breaking dawns, 10 years of strides, 10 years of stories.
From passion to purpose, from the heart of a city to the spirit of a nation. This is more than a race. 10 years behind us and a lifetime of striving forward for health, for harmony, for hope. Film stars, sports stars, fans, friends running together. This is Kolkata, united in every which way. Tata Steel World 25K 2025. A decade of difference.
Wonderful.
It indeed is wonderful. I think that's just the way to define it, is because just take a look at the number of streams in which this sport has been able to impact. There is community difference. There is also philanthropy, which is a huge part of this. Then there is a revolution that has been created in a different sport in the country. Cricket has been our primary sport. There's a new sport that comes in. And more importantly, you do not have to be a professional athlete from day one to be a part of this sport.
Absolutely. And it's something you can do every day. You know, you can fit it into your routine, you can fit it into your travel. So in many ways, I think it's the easiest thing to do. Either run, walk, do whatever. Get out there in the morning.
Also, Tata Steel is, along with the stories that we have, is a match made in heaven. Is because steel as a material is all about grit and resilience, and these are the stories that we see.
Absolutely. It's about toughness. It's about durability. It's about longevity. So that's what we are.
I have to ask, is your nickname Man of Steel? Because it would fit. It would fit. I mean, it's brilliant that you run yourself. You're a shining example of how to keep fit and fit it into a busy day. But you're also right behind thousands of people taking up the sport.
Well, you know, I think it's been there across the world. I think in India it maybe started with Mumbai, the Mumbai Marathon. TCS, one of our group companies, has been an early sponsor of it. TCS, in fact, sponsors sports across marathons across the world. But we were more keen to bring it to the east because Tata Steel was born in the eastern part of India. Eastern part of India didn't have a history of running like some other parts. So for us, it's been very fulfilling to bring it to the east and make a success out of it. So we're happy that we could make a difference. Yeah.
I was actually wanting to know that what made you be a part of the Tata Steel World 25K. Where does this thought actually begin?
So when we started like all other runs. You had a half and a full. And to be honest, when we started, actually we started maybe 12 years back in our own way. We didn't find enough people wanting to run the full distance. People were interested in the half. Then there was a discussion around it with Procam and the team, and they suggested 25K because they said it's a slightly different distance. Position yourself differently because you had a well-known 10K run in Bangalore, you had a half in Delhi, and you had a full in Mumbai. So they said, why don't you try the 25K, positions yourself differently, and there are a lot of people who run the half marathon regularly who want to do something more. And 25K is a good distance to step up, you know, before you get into the full. That's how it started. So initially we were a bit, you know, not so sure. But I think it's picked up very well, and it's now I know of people traveling to Kolkata to run the 25K, which is great.
More than 9,000 people from across the country are here to participate in the Tata Steel World 25K. So here's another hero. Here's another impact that running as a sport being able to create. This is Sanjoy Dev, the man who's defining that age is no limit. Let's take a look.
ওনাকে দেখে তো আমার কাছে আশ্চর্য লোক লাগে ট্রেকিং হাইকিং সকাল এক্সারসাইজ করা সারা দিন ওনার এক মুহূর্ত মানে বিশ্রাম নেই গান করেন উনি সকাল সন্ধ্যে উনি রিয়াজ করেন ফাংশনে কিছু জায়গায় গান করেন কোথাও কমিউনিটি হলে টলে কিছু প্রোগ্রাম যখন হয় পিকনিক অবজার্ভ করেন ভালো অর্গানাইজারও বটে আমি তো ওনাকে প্রায় 22-23 বছর ধরে আমার পাশে দেখছি ছোটবেলা থেকে ওনার একটা প্যাশন ছিল ছোটবেলা থেকে স্কুলে টুলে যখন অফিস লাইফে তখন তার এত সম্ভব হয়নি না ট্রান্সফারেবল জব ছিল কিন্তু যখন উনি এটা করলেন মানে রিটায়ার করলেন তারপর থেকে ওনার মানে অ্যাক্টিভিটি যেন আমি সারা দিন রাতেই দেখি ওনাকে ছুটতে তার মধ্যে আজকে ওখানে বেড়াতে গেছে কালকে ওখানে দৌড়তে গেছে অমুক জায়গায় ম্যারাথন অমুক জায়গায় কন্টিনিউয়াস লাগানো উনি আমাকে ইন্সপায়ার করেন যে চলুন আপনি রানিংয়ে যাবেন ইয়েতে যাবেন আমার খুব একবার ইচ্ছে হয়েছে আমার একটা ইন্সপিরেশনের লোক পেলে অটোমেটিক্যালি সবাই আস্তে আস্তে এইসব দিকে এগোতে পারে
All right, that is inspiring, isn't it? And the man, again, of course, post-retirement, takes on the sport and achieves so much. Now, that makes me intrigued. Where do you see yourself going with this sport? What do you want to achieve further here?
For Tata Steel?
For actually, let's start with your individual capability with the sport.
I've always been involved in sports myself or through Tata Steel, one way or the other, and I hope I can continue to do it as long as I can. I see some of the runners here are much older than me, and that inspires me, right? I mean, so I think I would like to do it as long as I can, and I think it's important to do that. Because it's more than health, it, I think, teaches you a lot of things, right? For Tata Steel, I think we want to continue to make an impact on whatever sport we support, whatever region we work with, and so we'll continue to do this. We've been doing it for over 100 years, and we'll continue to do it.
How do you decide which sports to go with? You said you try to pick the sports that don't get much limelight, you know, archery and one or two others.
Yeah.
But for example, presumably you've got a huge repertoire of events you could sponsor. You could sponsor Indian teams going to the Commonwealth Games, which is, of course, is next summer. You could sponsor, I don't know, maybe some Olympic involvement and so on. But I know you tick a lot of boxes with an event like this because there's a great elite race being sponsored by you effectively, but there's also the masses.
So, you know, again, we try to help people who don't get support, sports which don't get much support. So even if I look at Olympics, we prefer to support the Paralympics. Okay, we prefer to support women in sport, you know, things like that. Hockey, traditionally Eastern India has produced a lot of hockey players for the country without so much infrastructure, so we've helped there. Football again is a sport we've been, India's off late doing slightly better, but traditionally not done as well. So, so I think we pick the sports which, like I said, need the help, the individuals which need the help, sections of society which need help.
Yeah, that's nice.
Another race is about to take off, and we've got the dignitaries lining up for that. This is a special one because this is the Open 10K, and we also have people from various walks of life participating in this race.
Wonderful.
Very special, a sea of humanity. Yet again, you'll see energy, but more importantly, what is really inspiring is that you see intent, Tim.
Yeah, I mean, I love inclusiveness too. I think this is the Champions with Disability event about to get underway. But you know, again, in a way, supporting the little guys, giving them a chance to have their moment in the spotlight and be part of what's going on, and not just be spectators. You know, anybody can spectate. It takes something extra to be involved.
Yeah, Champions with Disability is something that we keep an eye on, but more importantly, what has also happened, sir, here is that in this particular category of Champions with Disability, we've seen a rise of participation in this category as well. So clearly it is making a mark, and more importantly, giving a purpose to many people.
I think when people watch this, and again, as you cover these events, a lot of people who watch it get inspired, and they say, hey, next year maybe I should be there. And I think as the word spreads, and you know, this thing will pick up its own momentum. You know, these days in the mornings in Kolkata, when you go for a run, you see so many runners, which is not there 5 years back, 10 years back.
Well, look at Mumbai.
Yeah.
The first Mumbai. This will be the 21st Mumbai coming up.
Absolutely.
It's easiest Mumbai. But I've been at every single one. I've been so lucky. But the first 2 or 3 years, you jog along Marine Drive, and there was hardly anybody out running. Now there's loads of people out there.
It's busy in the mornings.
Yes.
Yeah. And from pretty early in the mornings. Yeah. So when I start off, there are people who are coming back. You know, so it's pretty busy in the mornings. It's good to see that.
Entire change in culture. Yeah. I mean, it's been incredible.
Yeah, but one is culture, which is definitely happening all across the country, but this is inspiring because what you also have here with the CWD run are the people who are accompanying them. Yeah. So they've been training with them, and this is just it's just pure inspiration. Absolutely. In many ways, is because not only are you running for yourself, but you're also helping someone else achieve their dreams. You're a part of somebody else's dreams.
Absolutely.
And that's the reason why this race is rather special.
Absolutely. No, it's really inspiring to see this.
And also the causes for which people stand for. There are various causes that you will see in the Open 10K. It's a festival in itself. You know, you've got your shoes laced up, you've got your bibs. There's an excitement in the air, and the various causes that you stand for is very exciting to see. It could be anything. It could be trees, it could be climate change, and we'll take a look at some of those. And we also have a roving reporter there who would be getting us all these stories. Actually, Debbie is right there in the center of all the action. Debbie, over to you.
Hi Ridhima, so right now I'm on the Red Road, and with me I have somebody who quietly expands what we mean by running together. She's Srishti Bose. Hello! How are you feeling this morning? Very good. Have you trained a lot for this? Yes? All right. Okay, she's accompanying you? So, you're her ma'am? So how long has she been training for this?
10 years.
What does this race or the run mean to you?
It's for our achievement.
It's for your achievement.
And our inspiration also.
Right. So she's been participating in this for 10 years now. All right. All the best to you. I won't keep you for long with me. And I have somebody else also. Hi, sir.
Hi, my name is Firoz Alam, and this is fourth time consecutively I have participated. I am really looking forward to make a inclusive work for this event.
Okay, all the best to you. All the best. All the best. Back to you in the studio, Ridhima.
Thanks a lot, Debbie. Thanks a lot for that work. Is because we were wanting to be, we want to hear from them as to what does this particular race mean to them. Champions with disability, over 450 participants, many with their buddies who will run alongside them, supporting them, guiding them, and celebrating with them. And senior citizens, over 1,800 runners born on or before December 20th, 1965. That means the youngest person in the category is 60 years old. Look at the determination on their faces, the joy with which they've taken on the field. And more importantly, the spirit, the fact that, you know, when you participate, half the battle is won. And they truly are winning some big battles in life. This is what the Tata Steel World 25K is truly all about. It's not just about elite speed, it's not just about records. It's also about creating a holistic space, a community for everyone. And that's what Tata Steel has been able to do. So thank you.
Thank you very much.
Thanks a lot for doing this for over a decade. The difference is created. Thank you so much for joining us this morning. Talking about a decade of difference, this is the difference that we are talking about. The CWD as well as the race is underway. We'll be getting you all the stories, but once again, let me remind you of the quiz, because you have a chance to win a prize, even if you're not going to have a podium finish. This is how it works. All you have to do is scan that QR code, fill in your details, and answer the question. The very first question is, the Tata Steel World 25K Kolkata is held during which part of the year? Which month of the year? Is it September, October, December, Jan? Think. It's a tough one. All right. What is the ethos of the Tata Steel World 25K? A century of difference, a decade of difference, a year of difference, or a millennium of difference? Which edition of the Tata Steel World 25K Kolkata is being held in 2025? Is it 10? Is it 15? Is it 20? Is it 25? Just write in your answers. Let me remind you that at 9 a.m. we will be revealing those 5 lucky winners, and they get a stay at the Lalit. We'll take a short break here. Stay tuned. Plenty more inspiring stories on the other side.
हमारे कल के पोस्टर बॉयज एक बार फिर भिड़ेंगे पाकिस्तान से।
इससे बड़ा मुकाबला क्या होगा, ये तो छोड़ने वाले नहीं।
और इस बार गांव पर है एशियन चैंपियनशिप।
भारत पाकिस्तान हुए एक बार फिर आमने सामने।
मजा बहुत आएगा। देखिए डीपी वर्ल्ड मेंस अंडर 19 एशिया कप फन, इंडिया वर्सेस पाकिस्तान, आज सुबह 10:30 बजे से सिर्फ सोनी स्पोर्ट्स नेटवर्क और सोनी लिव पर। धमाकेदार 7 दिन।
मैं अमिताभ बच्चन शुरू करता हूँ। अभी रेडी सर?
7 जश्न।
1 करोड़। बिग प्रॉमिस ऑफ एंटरटेनमेंट।
आखिरी दौर होगा धमाकेदार।
Unbelievable.
धमाकेदार 7, 27 दिसंबर से 2 जनवरी सोनी एंटरटेनमेंट टेलीविजन और सोनी लिव पर।
टेस्ट मैचों की ये श्रृंखला Such a special shot. The legacy continues. ये है मुकाबलों का बाप.
हमारे कल के पोस्टर बॉयज एक बार फिर भिड़ेंगे पाकिस्तान से.
ये तो छोड़ने वाले नहीं.
और इस बार गांव पर है एशियन चैंपियनशिप. देखिए डीपी वर्ल्ड मेंस अंडर 19 एशिया कप फन इंडिया वर्सेस पाकिस्तान आज सुबह 10:30 बजे से सिर्फ सोनी स्पोर्ट्स नेटवर्क और सोनी लिव पर.
Welcome. This is the Tata Steel World 25K, and let me tell you, our studio has some energy. We've got some guests, some dignitaries. We've been in elite company, but now we're taking it to altogether to a new level. Is because we've got the fastest man on the planet who's joined us. He's also our international event ambassador, the Kung Fu Kenny Benarik. Hello there.
Hey, how you guys doing?
Very well. Waiting for you to join us in our studio for a very, very long time. So good to see you here.
Happy to be here. Happy to be in the city of Kolkata, and I'm just honored to be an ambassador for this event.
Well, Kenny, I have plenty of questions. To start with, Kung Fu Kenny, though, the name that you've been given, the headband, the story behind it, the story behind the swag. Tell us.
So Kung Fu Kenny has a set of values that pertain to me, which is humbleness, discipline, respect, and dedication. And I want to live those values on and off the track. How we became Kung Fu Kenny in 2021, 2020, you know, I wanted to stand out as an athlete, and I'm not known to be, you know, more of a loud figure. I'm quiet in nature. So we're thinking, hey, what can I do that won't make me change who I am? And I'm a big fan of anime. I'm a big fan of martial arts, kung fu, karate, all the other stuff. What we decided to do with the headband was wherever I go, where it comes to like, let's say I have a race in India or London, or I go like a Qatar, I wear the headband, and the headband will have like something of that city that like a figure or you know, a saying or a word or something like that that kind of shows respect to the people that I'm running in front of them. But that's how the whole Kung Fu Kenny became to be.
Well, I have to say that the Kung Fu Kenny is quite a vibe because it's really caught up with the children who came in contact with you here in Kolkata. We'd like to show you how it all transpired. Now take a look at that. This is where Kenny Benarik went to some schools here in Kolkata, and this is how he was greeted. And what was your experience like? How did the kids react?
The kids were lovely. I mean, when I first entered, I didn't expect to see something like that, and you know, I was just honored to be in front of them. And you know, they held a whole dance thing. They knew who I was. They knew who my dog Rambo. So I really had a good time with them, and it was good energy, and I was happy to be there.
And look at the headbands. It is a sensation. You made it viral.
Yeah, I mean, I think, you know, after a few years with my performances, the kids have really loved the headband, and you know, every single year when I'm on the track, all I see is like, hey, can I have a headband? Can I have a headband? So I'm trying to see if I can do something with the kids more and with the headbands, but you know, time will tell with what I can do with that.
Can I have a headband?
Oh, you want to? I can get you one. I'll find you one somewhere.
All right, I am looking forward to that. We will catch it on camera. Kenny Benarik giving me a headband, but more importantly, Kenny, you know, Tim is a professional athlete. I think it's all yours. You talk about the technicalities of the sport.
Where'd you start? Listen, I've got to ask you, a spy told me that after the Friday night function, you put in a session late at night. You went to the gym, or did you do a track session, or what?
I went to the gym, so I was going to try to do a little track session, but it was a little too late. But I was like, hey, let me just hit the gym. You know, it's been a couple days since I was at home, and I need to still be, you know, dedicated. You know, the season's long, and can't take too many days off.
But this was like 11 at night or midnight or something.
Yeah, it was midnight, but I mean, I've done stuff like that before. I mean, I got to put in the work.
Got to put in the work. So, and did you get to go to bed late and get a lie-in yesterday morning, Saturday morning, or were you up and about?
I was up and about. I mean, like I said, I'm here for work, and I went to bed probably around 1 o'clock, so I had like 4 to 3 hours of sleep, but I could function off of that. Yeah.
we were talking earlier about this generation of distance runners, obviously what this race was about today from the elite participants, and how actually this generation of athletes have got so many technological innovations, the footwear, and the better dietary advice, more massage and so on. But also they sleep. They almost sleep for a living, some of these distance runners. Is that the same with sprinters? Do you sleep long hours?
Yeah. I mean, you know, I need 8 to 9 hours of sleep in order to function. When it comes to the sprinting side, it's a lot of hard work, and you know, there's obviously the mental aspect of that as well. When you put in all that hard work, I mean, it doesn't really mean anything unless you get enough sleep. I mean, recovery is the main thing, and that's something that I've been trying to focus on for the last 4 to 5 years since I've been a professional. You know, even with my house, I have a sauna, I have a cold plunge. I've done a lot of investments in recovery aspect.
But Kenny, you know, listening to you, everyone who's listening to you would be inspired. Everybody who's come in contact you and seen what you've been able to achieve over the years will be inspired. But what inspires Kenny?
I mean, for me, like, what inspires me, just wanting to be the best, just wanting to be a role model in front of everybody else. You know, just showing that there is a way to become a champion no matter where you come from.
What are the basic criteria of becoming a champion? What defines a champion in your eyes?
Just hard work, discipline. I mean, no matter what goal you have, whatever you want to achieve, you need to make a few sacrifices and just, you know, just be disciplined.
Kenny, I mean, you know, sprinters are renowned for attention to detail. So when you're in the blocks getting ready at the start of a race, every millimetre is thought about, every foot placement is thought about in intense detail. Are you still picking up ways in which you can improve and get better?
Yeah, so that's the thing that I love about track and field. I mean, when I was a kid, you know, you're just running for fun, you're just fast. And once I became a professional, I was like, wow, this is a whole new world. I guess in a way it's kind of like golf. Like, I thought golfing you just swing, but there's so many little things that you need to fix here and there. And when it comes to the block start, that's something that I've been focusing on the last 3 to 4 years. I was getting my butt kicked all the time at practice. I'd say this past year, something started to click when it comes to just reacting and where you need to put where your first step needs to be at, being explosive, what your arms need to be doing, how low your angles need to be. There's a lot of like there's a lot more that I'm learning. Yeah, fine margins, but you know, this year I learned a lot, and I know there's a lot more that I can learn in order to improve myself on the track.
Okay. Right. Well, Kenny, we've got a special story that we'd like to show you. What we've been running throughout our broadcast, just for Kenny, is the fact that we've been running some running heroes, which are everyday heroes with extraordinary stories. And here's another one coming your way. This is Rupa Das. Well, Rupa Das, a fed-up working professional who found life in running. Sometimes the best stories start with being completely done with everything that you're doing. And Rupa was trapped in the daily grind. Work, commute, home, repeat. The monotony was crushing her spirit. She was exhausted, not physically tired, but soul tired, as she calls it. And that exhaustion that came from living everyone else's expectations in life. And then one morning, she decided enough is enough. She laced up shoes and went for a run. She didn't know the distance, she didn't know the pace, didn't know any form or what was in store for her. But she just ran, and something shifted in her. That first run became her escape, her therapy, her rebellion against the mundane. Running became the part of her day that belonged to only her. No boss, no deadlines, no expectations, except the one that she set for herself. She started joining running communities, finding her tribe, people who understood that sometimes you need to run from things before you can run towards yourself. That's the beautiful story, just being done from what you've been doing for so long. But Kenny, how did running start for you?
So I'm adopted. I was adopted at the age of 4, and I had a lot of issues growing up when I was a kid, and I think I had a lot of pent-up anger just because as a young boy, I didn't really have much control of my life. And when my mom ended up adopting my brother and I, you know, she helped me find track and field. And I think one of the reasons why I love running and love track and field is because that was the one thing where I had full control over my destiny. You know, whether it's the time that I put in at practice, and you know, once the gun goes off, it's just me against the clock. And that helped me get through a bunch of tough times when I was growing up as a kid. And I think that's how it all started for me, with getting into track and field and my love for running.
You know, every champion is different, Kenny, across sports. What makes you different?
For me, I think, you know, just I just want to be an example of hard worker, dedication. I guess some people call me humble, but I just want to be a role model to everybody else, and show that it can be done no matter what background you come from.
That's very true, and you've been actually defining that in so many ways. Is there someone who inspires you? Is there a particular athlete that you look up to?
So I used to say it was Usain Bolt, but I really love Johan Blake. He's somebody that I used to look up to, or I guess I still look up to as a kid. There was just something about him that, made me enjoy watching him when I was younger. Maybe it's because we're kind of like-minded. He's a hard worker, I'm a hard worker. There's just something about his little celebration or his intro that he had in the beginning of the race. We both love anime. I know that for a fact, but yeah, he's just somebody that I've always looked up to when I was growing up.
Right. Well, we'll continue chatting with you, but once again, let me tell you that there is a lot of energy that piles up just before race day. So what does a race weekend look like? I thought we'd show you a bit of a glimpse. We had our cameras on to see how everyone sort of came together. This is the expo that happened here in Kolkata, and everybody trying to collect the bibs, and of course there's plenty at display. You had the IDFC First Bank, which is a sponsor of our Studio First, and then everything related to athletics, some sports shoes and display, as well as all our sponsors coming together under one roof at the expo. And this is what transpired over the race weekend. Now, you also had a few competitions, something very similar to breaking calves that were taking place in the expo. There was something for everyone who came in, just to keep the energy levels high up just before race day. So many participants, 23,000 participants coming under one roof. We thought we'd get them geared up, get some athleticism into play, some beautiful games coming together, some fun games coming together, so that everyone who came along was engaged. The experience was absolutely magical. Everything that transpired here in the city of joy, Kolkata. With everything, sorry.
No. I was going to ask, have you had your eyes opened a little bit, Kenny, coming to India and seeing the sporting culture here and the size of running, I guess? The scale of it.
What was your question?
Have you had your eyes open to it? Were you surprised?
Yeah.
What surprised you about the Indian sporting culture?
Learning the history about the run culture, there really wasn't one, and to see that it's really building up here, it's beautiful to see. Just seeing the starting line of the first race, seeing everybody having smiles on their faces, they're just enjoying the whole atmosphere and just every step of the way, the journey. I think it's very beautiful to see, and it's inspired me. I'm a sprinter right now, so I've always said, this is not for me, but maybe when I retire, I definitely think I'll be here doing something like this.
Yeah, when you see the elite athletes of the field who are running long distance, the 25K case in point here, how is it very different from you, who's a sprinter?
We're more about being explosive and being technically sound. There's some technique when it comes to a long distance, but to me it looks like it's more rhythm-based, but they just a lot of endurance, and I know that there's a lot of hard work that it takes in order for them to hit those long period of times, and I don't know, it's just a totally different world. I'm in awe, especially towards the end of the race when how fast they're going to finish. I was just I don't know how they do that. That's something that I can't do right now.
When you were talking to the school kids a couple of days ago, did I hear you say you did a bit of cross country when you were a kid?
So I did cross country in middle school, and actually in elementary I started around 4th to 5th grade, and I would say I was really good. But the only reason why I stopped doing it is because I ended up getting in trouble with my mom at one point. I had to take a year off. I gave her a little scare when I was going to church when I was younger, and I had to take a year off. And then, the next year it came back. It was like, okay, the distance are a little too long. I took a year off, and now it's hurting a little bit more. But yeah, I used to really love cross country when I was younger.
Right. Well, here's another inspiring story, Kenny. There are a lot of kids who are watching who've met you and they've been truly inspired by you. But here's one story coming your way. Another ordinary life but extraordinary story. This is of a 23-year-old boy, Gaurav Ganguly, who made a disability into his strength. Take a look.
मेरा नाम रिंकू गांगुली है। मैं गौरव गांगुली की माँ हूँ। गौरव एक जिंदादिल इंसान है जिसको मूवी देखना, खाना खाना, खेलना, घूमना, ये सारी चीज़ें बहुत पसंद है। गौरव को लेके मैं एक प्रचेष्टा प्ले ग्रुप में जाती हूँ। वहाँ से मुझे टाटा मैराथन का लिंक मिला था। जब वो पहली बार मैराथन में गया था तो उसे वो बहुत अच्छा लगा था वहाँ पे, उसके साथ साथ मुझे भी बहुत अच्छा लगा था और मुझे वहाँ का माहौल, वहाँ की चीज़ें बहुत अच्छी लगी थी। बहुत अच्छी तरह से उसको एंजॉय किया, उस चीज़ों को हमारे साथ दौड़ा। दौड़ने के बाद वो अपना लाइन फिनिश किया और उसको बहुत अच्छा लगा। समाज में गौरव जैसे बच्चे को जहाँ पे कोई एक्सेप्ट नहीं करता है, वहाँ पे इस तरह का इवेंट करके सभी बच्चों को एक साथ लाके सभी लोग पार्टिसिपेट करें और दिखाएं कि हमारे बच्चे में कोई हुनर है। हमें एकत्र होके बताना है कि हमारे बच्चे भी कुछ कर सकते हैं। इस बार भी मैं जाऊँगी उसे लेके।
So just to sort of translate the story for you, Kenny, because it was in Hindi, the boy is autistic and the mother is speaking about the fact that how running has changed his life to bring out a potential that is hidden in each one of us. That was his potential. And more importantly, she's talking about a community, how community has helped. And that's the beauty of sport. That is the beauty of, you know, running as a sport, coming together and changing lives for good. And India is actually filled with stories like that. But having said that, I want to ask you, is this the first time you're visiting India?
No, this is actually the second time. First time in Kolkata. Last time I was here was in 2021 in Bangalore.
And what have you loved about my country?
I just love the culture, the people. Every single time I come out here, I mean, they welcome me with open arms and, you know, very heartwarming. And I mean, this is the city of joy. And, you know, seeing this, I mean, definitely can tell why it's the city of joy. Everybody's happy and they're enjoying themselves.
But is there a set? Sorry.
I've got to ask. I mean, curry is almost our national dish in the UK now. What about, are you a curry guy? Do you like a good curry?
I mean, I would say before I met my girlfriend, I was very closed-minded when it came to food. And after meeting her, she was like, "Oh, try this, try this." I'm like, "No, no, no, no. Oh, it's good." And then I tried. I was like, "Oh, you're actually right." So after meeting her and being with her for a few years, like, I'm an open book. I'll try anything.
Do you have a favorite curry house down in Florida?
No, I don't have a favorite. Well, not yet. Not yet. Not in Florida.
You'll have to dig one out.
But I love my spices, and you know, India, you know, you guys have a lot of spices out here, so I love eating whatever. I heard they got good biryani. They said the mutton biryani is pretty good. I love the dosa. Anything that you guys offer, I'm willing to try, and I assume that's going to be good.
We'll keep that in mind because India has a lot to offer when it comes to food. We've got a plethora of it. All right, but thank you so much, Kenny. Thanks a lot for joining us this morning.
Yeah, thank you very much.
Lovely to have you.
Thank you.
Our international event ambassador, Kenny Banarik. We'll take a short break here. Don't go anywhere. We've got more coming on the other side.
हमारे कल के पोस्टर बॉयज एक बार फिर भिड़ेंगे पाकिस्तान से।
इससे बड़ा मुकाबला क्या होगा, ये तो छोड़ने वाले नहीं।
और इस बार दांव पर है एशियन चैंपियनशिप।
भारत पाकिस्तान हुए एक बार फिर आमने सामने।
मजा बहुत आएगा। देखिए डीपी वर्ल्ड मेंस अंडर 19 एशिया कप फाइनल इंडिया वर्सेस पाकिस्तान आज सुबह 10:30 बजे से सिर्फ सोनी स्पोर्ट्स नेटवर्क और सोनी लिव पर। धमाकेदार 7 दिन।
मैं अमिताभ बच्चन शुरू करता हूँ। अभी रेडी सर।
7 जश्न।
1 करोड़। बिग प्रॉमिस ऑफ एंटरटेनमेंट।
आखिरी दौर होगा धमाकेदार।
Unbelievable.
धमाकेदार 27 दिसंबर से 2 जनवरी सोनी एंटरटेनमेंट टेलीविजन और सोनी लिव पर।
मैचों की ये श्रृंखला सबसे स्पेशल शो। The legacy continues. ये है मुकाबलों का बाप।
हमारे कल के पोस्टर बॉयज एक बार फिर भिड़ेंगे पाकिस्तान से।
ये तो छोड़ने वाले नहीं।
और इस बार गांव पर है एशियन चैंपियनशिप। देखिए डीपी वर्ल्ड मेंस अंडर 19 एशिया कप फन इंडिया वर्सेस पाकिस्तान आज सुबह 10:30 बजे से सिर्फ सोनी स्पोर्ट्स नेटवर्क और सोनी लिव पर।
Welcome back. Oh, what a morning we've had. And our studio has been buzzing. We've had Bhai Chung Bhutia. We've also had Kenny Benarik. A lot of inspiration. We're an elite company. Tim Hutchings, of course. Well, since the very first second of the
You
Tata
nearly
Steel
said since the beginning of time, didn't you?
Then I had to take my words back. I had to take my words back and just say since the beginning of this broadcast.
Yes, it has been since the beginning of this broadcast, but it has been an absolute pleasure, and there's more to come.
This is the second stint, though, we're doing together. But having said that, how have you found the morning so far? Have you been enjoying yourself? What has really stood out?
I will be the first to admit I love the elite racing. I love great world-class distance running and seeing it unfold because I can relate to it. A long time ago, I was doing a little bit myself. So I want to be out there. I'm like Kenny Benarik. I just want to be involved in it. I'd prefer to be racing than sitting in the studio, much as this is a privilege.
Well, I'd like for you to do that as well very soon once your knees are in check. But having said that, there are so many stories that have inspired us so far, and here's another one. Our running hero, Akash Shah. Well, the man is an architectural photographer. He's just 23-year-old and taking on the streets of Kolkata this morning. His work captures buildings, spaces, light and shadow with an artist's eye. He's a person with a hearing loss. Akash graduated from the Oral School for Deaf Children, an institution that gave him education, confidence and skills. And now he's giving back. He works at an NGO empowering the deaf community, helping others access the same opportunities he received. The Oral School for Hearing Impaired Children started a tradition. Their students participate at events like the Tata Steel World 25K, representing the deaf community, showing the world that hearing loss doesn't really limit any form of achievement. Akash continues this tradition very proudly, and he goes back to the institution that he comes from to make sure more students, more people participate in the Tata Steel World 25K and races like this across the world. How inspiring. We've come across so many stories. We've come across cancer survivors who become trekkers and, participating in marathons. We've seen someone who's fed up of the daily grind and wanting to do something more with their lives. At many levels, would you say, Tim, that if you want to change your life through a sport or otherwise, there has to be a revolution that begins within you?
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, when you look at Akash and people who are facing physical challenges, be it deafness or some other challenge, it makes very humbling. It makes you think how lucky you are. But it also makes me think, isn't it great that they get up and get on with it? They've overcome that challenge, and actually they become more than they might have been if they hadn't got a disability. So it's a fantastic, almost an overreaction, but in a very positive way.
It indeed is. And, if you just think about it, at what are the challenges life has thrown at them and what they've been able to do with what they have, you would think yourself to be very, very lucky. Now, another interview coming your way. It is the IDFC First Bank Studio First interview. Let's see what we've got.
Studio First brought to you by IDFC First Bank.
I am in conversation with Mr. Rajesh Sinha. Mr. Rajesh, how do events like Tata Steel World 25K help Indian athletes excel on global stage?
Well, the events like these prompt people to come out, start doing something. India and Indians are not built for strength and endurance, but slowly we are picking up. We have had subsistence level of nutrition initially. Now people have started coming to these kind of athletic events, and starting from one Tata Steel 25K, now we have 70 to 80 marathon runs right in Calcutta itself. So it has given a tradition of fitness, tradition of running. It is an endurance test. It is a testing against your own self. People run not for the awards, but they run to challenge their own limits. So once that starts, slowly the tradition builds up. And then we expect people to come to the world stage and perform well as athletes.
And as we say, slow and steady wins the race.
Oh,
Thank
yes,
you so
definitely.
much for
You
talking
have to
to
start
us.
at this level, then go to the sky is the limit. Thank you.
Sky is the limit. Thank you.
We may not be known for our endurance, but we're definitely known for our grit, our resilience that is being converted into endurance as we see it right here in the Tata Steel World 25K. All right, time for another race. This is the Ananda race. Let me take you to what is happening on the streets of Kolkata. The Ananda race is actually one of my favorite races, Tim, if you truly ask me. It's called the Anando Run, as we would put it here in West Bengal, in Kolkata. But in Ananda Run, what you do is that you're running only 4.5k, a little less than 5 kilometers. So it is actually a huge celebration. It is a festival as we see it. We see the colors of Kolkata come to the streets. We also see some traditional methods of celebrations here in the streets of Kolkata. There is a lot of culture that imbibes in this particular city. A lot of authors, literature has been a huge part of West Bengal, especially Kolkata. Kolkata has given the world some of the most renowned poets, writers, also dancers. Kolkata is just rich in tradition, and that's what we see in this Ananda Run.
Artists, celebrities, is this the one you'd like to be in? Because it's only 4.5k. It's
I would like to be in it. I'm not really sure if I would be able to complete 4.5k given right now my fitness or endurance or my knees.
Oh, knees. Oh, but you're not an ex-footballer. How can you complain about your knees?
Heels.
I can do that. I can do that. It depends on what the reward is. If it's a decent curry and something to wash it down with, I'll have a go at that. But you've got your bad knees or bad heels, did you say?
I said when you wear a lot of heels, it gives you bad knees. But
oh, well, you see, you ladies in your high heels.
But forget about me. It's not about me. It's about what you see right now on your screens. It is about the sea of humanity.
Is that actually resting on his head? I'm scared his head will cave in.
You see, in the traditional, in the rural parts of India, and these activities, what you see today, is it's a core part of our tradition. It is how people enjoyed themselves, how people performed in rural India, and this tradition is still very, very prevalent. And we also see, talking about celebrities, we have a celebrity right there. She's a very renowned actress here in our country, and she's here for the Tata Steel World 25K. Sohali Khan has joined us here for the Tata Steel World 25K. And, well, something about the actress, because I follow her very closely on Instagram and her social channels. She's an extremely fit lady herself. A huge part of the fitness revolution, of the Fit India movement as well, and takes her fitness rather seriously, and that's the reason why she's a part of this extravagant morning.
Great example to inspiring people. You know, yet another really busy, successful person, and guess what? They do exercise, and it's not a coincidence, is it? That you've got so many successful people who do exercise, who go out jogging, and incorporate it into their day.
Right. So, you know, we've seen everything. We've crowned any champions. We celebrated 14 running heroes so far. We've watched thousands cross the finish line. We've witnessed the spirit of the sport. And now here it is. It is the Ananda Run, our 4.5 kilometer festival of fitness for over 6,000 participants has taken off. And what we have is just celebration. The celebration in these 4.5 kilometers. It is everyone in Kolkata who think they can put on a show, and we also have the actors joining in the run. So that's good to see. You've got Sohali Khan also running the 4.5 kilometer, which is the Ananda Run here in Kolkata. Just goes to show that it is such a level playing field. Anyone from anywhere can participate.
So that's why running is so brilliant. It's so democratic. It's almost the socialism of sport. You know, anybody can run, and it is. I mean, I've said this before, but it is glaringly obvious. Running is accessible to everybody because you don't need any facilities. You don't need to book a court. You don't need a racket. You don't need any equipment. You don't need a bat. You don't need any padding. You don't need anything other than the space outside your front door, and get moving. And it can be walking, and then, you know, a little bit of jogging. And people say, oh, I can't run, I'm too old, or what you do is you jog for 10 seconds and then you walk for a minute, and then you jog another 10 seconds, and before you know it, you're a runner.
Indeed, and just take a look at the participants there. Age is no bar. You see people from various age limits. You see someone as young as 23-year-old to some who are 80 plus. Here are the 4.5-kilometer race, which is the Anando Run. Here are people from all walks of life, people with disabilities, people who want to challenge themselves. You also have a very, very renowned actress who's taking on the field. What more do you want? There is inclusivity at its best in this particular show.
Absolutely. And I guess running, because it's the most natural movement, you don't need any skill, you don't need to learn, you don't need to have a coach to teach you how to strike a tennis ball or hit a ball with a hockey stick, or to hit a ball with a cricket bat, or to kick a ball. You don't need any coaching. Running is the most natural thing. We all do it. You see 18-month-old babies who've just learned to walk trying to run across the room. It is so natural, and I think that's what is the common denominator of activities.
Right, we're seeing more than 6,000 people participating here, many of them young people just discovering the joy of running. Some of them are veterans. And what does that grassroots energy really do to the sport here in the country is something that all of us will be looking forward to. Now, we're here narrating stories of brilliance, narrating inspirational stories throughout our broadcast since the beginning of the broadcast. And here's another one. Our running hero, and our next running hero is called Atanu Das. All right, Atanu Das, of course, inspirational in many, many ways. He's been able to contribute in so many ways. General manager at his operations, working in a bank, and then took on to running after retirement. And he's changed the face of sport for himself and for the community that he belongs to. What he's been able to do is that imbibe a leadership role through running as a sport. He is a leader. What he makes happen is that people working in his organizations, he makes them come forward and run along with him, so that there are some leadership skills to be learned from the sport of running. That's Atanu Das for you. And clearly, yet again, defying age. He is defying everything. Everything that challenges in him is he's only making it look like it's a bit of a mindset shift that is required, and that mindset shift has been done by the man, and he takes on to running, making sure that everybody else in his organization also comes to the field and takes on to the sport. What are the leadership skills that you learned when you took on to professional running?
I don't know that I learned leadership skills, but actually it enforces a discipline upon you, and I think that transfers to the rest of your life. You know, it's so many of the guests we've had and people we've shown on screen have been very successful in the world of commerce or in some other walk of life, but that takes discipline. And when you can transfer that to sport and make sure you get up at 6 a.m. every morning, go for a jog, or 6 p.m. every evening, go for a jog, or vice versa. Being a great athlete like Kenny Benarek, or having a routine in elite sport, is something that almost becomes second nature, and that discipline transfers to the rest of your life. So it's transferable qualities in both directions.
Right. Lots of qualities, actually, that sport imbibes in you. They say that sport's not about building character, it also reveals character. And that's what running has been able to do so far in all the participants who have participated here in the Tata Steel World 25K. Here's another interview, by the way, coming your way. Dignitary joins us in the IDFC First Bank Studio First interview.
Studio First brought to you by IDFC First Bank.
Standing next to me is Mr. Vivek Sai. Mr. Vivek, how proud are you to see Kolkata host a world-class event like Tata Steel World 25K?
I'm absolutely so proud, I cannot tell you. I mean, for a city which is synonymous with sports in India, and to see this kind of a spectacle, and it is also an exemplar and indicator of the fitness culture which has gripped, and of course, the meticulous organization, it really takes one hats off, I must tell you. It's so good to be here, and you have people coming from all over the world. It's great to be a part of it, and also as president of the Athletic Association, we are associated with the hosting of this event. We feel very good about it. Thank you.
Thank you for being here and for talking to us. Thank you so much.
My pleasure.
And he's so right about the fact that, to be able to pull off an event like this, an event of this magnitude, everyone has to come together. The government, the police, the security, people, of course, who are supporters, volunteers, and so many NGOs to be able to support something like this. It's a Herculean task to pull this off.
Well, I think quite often, you see massive sports events, but they're in a stadium, it's kind of easier to organise, whether it's Eden Gardens or Wembley Stadium or whatever. But when you have to shut down big chunks of a major city like this, the logistical challenges are massive. I used to have my own marathon in the UK, and yeah, you're right, you're pulling together so many different departments that all have to get aligned, they all have to cooperate and agree with each other. And there are obstacles to overcome in the early years of putting on any event like this or any other. But today, it looks like everything is in harmony in Kolkata. That's what is brilliant. The city gets it, the authorities get it, the charities, the sponsors, the runners, the elite athletes, the massive team behind this event are working so hard to make it unfold well on this one day. So in the space of 4 or 5 hours, months and months of work go in.
Indeed does, and so much support from every single entity to be able to make this possible. And we've been doing it, Tata Steel has been doing it for the last decade. It's been a decade of difference, and the difference that has been created is quite visible, not just in the level of participation, but also the level of enthusiasm in the organizers to be able to pull something off like this, or something of this magnitude. Also, just to talk about how famous Tata Steel World 25K has become, not just across the world, because we just saw the elite participation, but also the fact across the country you have 9,300 people and more who've come from all parts of India to participate in this race this morning.
Yeah, I mean, the world of track and field athletics, not road racing, will pay attention to this because Kenny Benarik is here. The world of distance running, and there's 1 billion runners on the planet at the moment, the world of distance running will pay the attention because Joshua Cheptegei is here, for example. There's a lot of focus upon this city on this day.
Yes, and what you're seeing today is, right now, is the finish camp, because the race, the Open 10K, the Champions with Disability race, and the Senior Citizen race is pretty much underway, and we are here at the finish line and getting you all the visuals, all the joy from the City of Joy. All right, talking about the City of Joy and also everything that has inspired us this morning. Here's another running hero coming your way, and this man is all about inspiration. His name is Sukhantu Chatterjee. He's a Tata Play employee, team builder, community connector. Sukhantu calls the TSW 25K the best thing to do in Kolkata. Not the best race, not the best event. He says it's the best thing. Because for Sukhantu, this isn't just about running. It's about camaraderie. He doesn't train alone. He brings colleagues. He doesn't race alone. He brings his team. He's transformed the morning run into team building. Colleagues who work together, now sweat together, suffer together, and celebrate together. That Monday morning meeting, different energy when you've conquered 4.5 kilometers together over the weekend. The project deadline, easier to navigate when you've built trust outside the office. Sukhantu understands something profound. The best teams aren't built in conference rooms. They are built in shared challenges. He's running the Ananda run today, and he's brought his entire team with him. His team is somewhere there, and so is Sukhantu Chatterjee. How inspiring is that? We were talking about leadership lessons, something that Atanu Das sort of taught us, and you've got Kenny Benarik, of course, cheering our international event ambassador. You also have Bhaijung Bhuria right next to him, and they're all there cheering the participants here at the Ananda race. But what has really stood out for me this morning is the fact that now this sport has transformed and people have understood that you're not only doing it for yourself, you also have to take the onus and responsibility to be able to change lives around you and to able to instill the joy of running around your people, because the direct application of it in your daily lives is quite evident as to how it can transform lives.
But you know what's brilliant is that if you get one person who makes the effort to take up running, take up an endurance sport, change their lifestyle, improve their diets, improve their sleep patterns, it improves other aspects of their lives. Everything slots into place better when you get exercise. And there is data that shows that everybody that runs affects the people around them involuntarily. You know, you don't need to do anything. It just affects your family. Your family change their diet. People stop smoking. They drink less. They just generally improve their practices and their lifestyle. And so if you can get one runner in a family, it'll change several lives. If you can get one runner at an event, they'll bring family and friends with them to spectate at the event. You know, at the marathon I had in the UK, we had a data one year, every runner brought an average of 6 people with them into the city. So it's brilliant for the economy of this city. It changes the lives of those people. They get inspired by the scenes they see. So actually, I don't think you need to proactively do any more to inspire people other than be a participant, be a runner, do some training, change your lifestyle, and the people around you will sort of percolate into their lives.
So Tim, here's a question. When you took up to professional running, what impact did it have in your family?
Gosh, well, it's a long time ago. It's a different era. So, and I had the one brother who was a busy lawyer and played a little bit of rugby. My parents were just proud of me, making Great Britain team, making Olympic teams and so on. It was, I don't think it changed them necessarily. They were tennis players in their middle age, bless them. And my old mum's 95 and still going strong. It didn't change my family necessarily. It maybe made them proud. I was proud of my brother. He was the clever one. He went to Oxford. I was the jock. I became an Olympian. But I'm sure it had positive effects in other ways. I hope it did.
But I'm sure it did. I mean, just having you here in the studio has some effect on me as well. I want to take up running.
Well, half decent, I hope.
Trust me, a little more than half. But what a morning we've had. What an incredible celebration of sport, community, and human spirit. Looking back at everything we've witnessed today, elite races, running heroes, inclusive categories, thousands crossing finish lines. What's your final takeaway from the Tata Steel World 25K, Tim?
I think nothing massively impactful other than just the gradual incremental increase in numbers and positivity around the event. It continues to grow. Running is booming in India all over the place, and it's lovely to see the event thriving and moving through its 10th year, and here's to the next 10.
Yes, and more such visuals, more such celebration. The Ananda Run participants are flowing through Kolkata right now. 6,000 plus people discovering or rediscovering the joy of movement. And in just a few moments, we will reveal the quiz winners as well as the answers to the quiz that we asked you throughout this morning. Remember how it went? I had asked you 3 questions. There was a QR code that you had to scan and type in your answers and your details, and you get the prize. The prize is a stay at the Lalit here in Kolkata. And here are the answers. The Tata Steel World 25K Kolkata is held during which month of the year? Well, it is December. Very much right now, because this is where our broadcast is live. What is the ethos of the Tata Steel World 25K Kolkata? I'm sure many of you got this right because we've been talking about it since the beginning of a broadcast. You can see it right there. It's a decade of difference. You can also see it right behind me here, which is written right below the Tata Steel World 25K Kolkata. And which edition of the Tata Steel World 25K Kolkata is being held in 2025? It's the 10th edition. It's been a decade of difference. We'll take a short break here, but on the other side we will reveal the winners of the quiz, as well as a very special dignitary will join us in our studio. You stay tuned.
हमारे कल के पोस्टर बॉयज एक बार फिर भिड़ेंगे पाकिस्तान से।
इससे बड़ा मुकाबला क्या होगा? ये तो छोड़ने वाले नहीं।
और इस बार गांव पर है एशियन चैंपियनशिप।
भारत पाकिस्तान हुए एक बार फिर आमने सामने।
मजा बहुत आएगा। देखिए डीपी वर्ल्ड मेंस अंडर 19 एशिया कप फाइनल, इंडिया वर्सेस पाकिस्तान, आज सुबह 10:30 बजे से सिर्फ सोनी स्पोर्ट्स नेटवर्क और सोनी लिव पर। धमाकेदार 7 दिन।
मैं अमिताभ बच्चन शुरू करता हूँ। अभी रेडी सर?
7 जश्न।
1 करोड़। बिग प्रॉमिस ऑफ एंटरटेनमेंट।
आखिरी दौर होगा धमाकेदार।
Happy New Year to all of you! Unbelievable unbelievable.
धमाकेदार साथ 27 दिसंबर से 2 जनवरी सोनी एंटरटेनमेंट टेलीविजन और सोनी लिव पर।
टेस्ट मैचों की ये श्रृंखला सबसे स्पेशल The legacy continues. ये है मुकाबलों का बाप।
हमारे कल के पोस्टर बॉयज एक बार फिर भिड़ेंगे पाकिस्तान से।
ये तो छोड़ने वाले नहीं।
और इस बार गांव पर है एशियन चैंपियनशिप। देखिए डीपी वर्ल्ड मेंस अंडर 19 एशिया कप फन इंडिया वर्सेस पाकिस्तान आज सुबह 10:30 बजे से सिर्फ सोनी स्पोर्ट्स नेटवर्क और सोनी लिव पर।
To the Tata Steel World 25K. It has been a scintillating morning. We've seen the best of the best compete in the elite international men, women, as well as the Indians who stood out this morning. And we've got Tim Hutchings here. Let's just talk about the Indians in competition. What did the field look like and what finally transpired? Were you impressed? Some more work needs to be done. What needs to be done?
Well, I guess it's like any sporting performance. You don't know beforehand what's going to unfold, what you're going to see. But what actually happened today was quite remarkable. It was a revolutionary day, and fittingly on the 10th anniversary here in Kolkata, because the performances of the Indian athletes were spectacular. I mean, what we saw in the men's race, Gulveer Singh, was just astonishing.
He was
massive improvement.
He truly was spectacular, Gulveer Singh. Of course, all eyes were on him and there was no competition. He came in and did his best and, well, competed with the highest level of competition there, was pounding himself in the mix of the international elite men. All right, very quickly, let us take you to another IDFC First Bank Studio First interview. Take a look.
Studio First brought to you by IDFC First Bank.
मेरे साथ है मिस्टर सुजीत बोस। मिस्टर बोस, आप वेस्ट बंगाल एथलेटिक एसोसिएशन के वर्किंग प्रेसिडेंट के रूप में आपने पिछले एक डेकेड में पार्टिसिपेटिव स्पोर्टिंग मूवमेंट को किस तरह से आकार लेते हुए देखा है?
देखिए, हर साल भी टाटा का स्पोर्ट्स होता है, मैराथन होता है। कोलकाता में आरो बहुत मैराथन होता है, तो अच्छा ही होता है। और हमारा जो पार्टिसिपेंट बहुत था, बहुत बड़ा एथलेटिक हमारा इधर पार्टिसिपेट किया है। और ए साल भी बहुत पार्टिसिपेट किया हम लोग देखा है, और एसोसिएशन से हम लोग जुड़ा है और बहुत अच्छा ही होता है और दिन के दिन बढ़ता ही है। और हम लोग चाहते हैं जो मेरा जो एथलेटिक है, बंगाल का जो एथलेटिक है, उसके आगे बढ़ाने के हम लोग कोशिश कर रहे हैं और इंटरनेशनल टूर्नामेंट में हम लोग जाएंगे और अच्छा फॉल करने के लिए हम लोग ट्राई कर रहे हैं।
बिल्कुल, और वही कोशिश जारी।
और इसके बाद भी हम लोग स्पोर्ट्स में है, बहुत ऑर्गेनाइजेशन में है। मैं जूडो का प्रेसिडेंट है, हॉकी का प्रेसिडेंट है और मेरा फुटबॉल टीम भी है। मेरा महिला टीम अभी इंडिया में 3 नंबर पोजीशन है, शिवभूमि फुटबॉल क्लब है। अब जानते हैं हमारा मैच गोकुलाम का साथ है, 24 तारीख भी मैच है। और हमारा फुटबॉल का मेन टीम्स भी हमारा है। स्पोर्ट्स हम लोग अच्छा लगता है, स्पोर्ट्स का लिए डेवलपमेंट के लिए हम लोग ट्राई कर रहे हैं और मेरा गवर्नमेंट भी ट्राई कर रहा है।
इसी तरह से लगे रहिए। थैंक यू सो मच हमारे साथ बात करने के लिए। थैंक यू।
थैंक्स अ लॉट। काम बहुत हो रहा है, काम बहुत होना भी चाहिए, लेकिन ये जिस तरीके की सुबह रही है उससे हम बहुत ज़्यादा इंस्पिरेशन लेंगे बिकॉज इट हैज़ बिन स्पेक्टेकुलर एंड इट हैज़ बिन पॉसिबल बिकॉज ऑफ अ सर्टेन डिग्निटरी who's just joined us. It's Vivek B. Singh, who's also the joint managing director of ProCam International. You must be pleased how this morning transpired.
Delighted. I tell you, we all needed this. Kolkata needed this. West Bengal needed this. We all needed this. This dose of inspiration, courage, confidence that we see out there in the streets today was simply heartwarming. And my kudos to everyone who came out there, not just to run, but to cheer, to support the authorities. What a big day for Kolkata. What a big day for India.
Also, kudos to everyone who joined us in our broadcast. And we know that there was crazy participation because we ran a quiz. And these are the winners of the quiz. There's Sneha Mukherjee from Kolkata. You also have Bhagashri Sawant from Bangalore. You have Ridhima Das from Kolkata. So congratulations to Rahul Ghosh as well. All and everyone who participated. Thank you so much for participating. Thanks a lot for sending in your entries. Thank you so much for being a part of a broadcast which started as early as 5:30 a.m. And also thank you for the answers and congratulations on winning the particular quiz. Coming back to how competitive this particular field was in terms of international elite athletes and how well the Indians did, and also the stakeholders involved. There were so many things to touch upon. What really stood out for you, Vivek?
So we really assembled, we wanted to put Kolkata on the world map. And that's something this race has done. If you click onto olympics.org, even today, you'll see not just a page, but the entire Kolkata report being carried of the elite athletes, the route and everything. And that's IOC carrying it. But more than that, we promised Kolkata when we came here 10 years ago that we will put you on the world map. And we assembled a field today with Alphonse Felix Simbu, Joshua Cheptegei, Sutume Kebede. We assembled a field that could actually chase down the world record in Kolkata. The conditions are ideal, the athletes were ideal. The course is something we need to work more with the authorities. They have been fantastically supporting us. And we need to just work a little bit more to tweak the course to get Kolkata on that map as a world record 25K destination.
That's, I mean, that you wanted the course to be faster because the currency of distance running and the hierarchy is about times, isn't it? Now, okay, this is a super fast 25K race. We know that from years ago. But where would you like this race to go in the next couple of years? I mean, you say you'd like to tweak the course and get it a little bit quicker, maybe try and take out one or two of those hills. And of course, Hugh Jones, the race director, says that's easier said than done. But where would you like this race to be in a couple of years? Can the numbers continue to grow?
So numbers can continue to grow. I mean, this is the Fit India movement before you, really. What the Prime Minister launched in 2019, this is what you see, the manifestation of that is what you saw on the streets today. As far as the races, it is growing irrespective. It is now, you know, it's been unleashed, so to speak. So whether it's the participate, this is the time, the first time the 25K run had greater participation than the Ananda run.
Yes, and we're just looking at the winners as we speak. The Open 25K results, you had Avigyan Paul clocked in 1 hour 18 minutes 7 seconds, Anupam Mehta 1 hour 18 40 seconds, and Prathamesh Paramkar 1 hour 21:11. The women's as well, we saw the winners there. In the men's Open 10K results, you had Deep Pandit on first, Ranki Jonathan as well as Josebin Marvin. In the women, you had Purnima Mondal, Momita Roy and Sharmila Mondal. We're just giving you a glimpse of the prize distribution. The winners are being given the prize, as well as what we see here is the final moments of the international elite women.
It is indeed. That's Degetu Azimoro, the 26-year-old Ethiopian, crashing across the line to a spectacular victory. Biggest win of her life, and she is, of course, the champion here in 2025. $15,000 her prize money. That big smile across her face is there for several reasons, including the size of the prize money. Her time, 1 hour 18:36. Brilliant running from Azimoro, and the athletes behind her there. Kebede, last year's champion indeed, was looking for a hat-trick today, couldn't quite manage it. She was nearly there. She finished in second place. And Alamea, who in third place, are making it an Ethiopian 1, 2, 3 in that women's elite race. Indeed, look at that. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Truly dominant.
I'll tell you what I noticed from that prize distribution is the fact that Kebede ain't very happy about the fact that she missed out on that hat-trick. Azimoro, of course, looking really, really happy with the big broad smile. But Indian here, Seema coming first, and you had Sanjeevani Jadhav, who takes on a strong second.
That run by Seema was perhaps the run of the day. It was a personal best by over 6 minutes. I mean, absolutely astonishing. She has punched her way upwards through several categories into a much, much higher class. And yes, she'll have to get used to the spotlight a little bit more fame, and it'll inspire her as well. She'll move onwards and upwards.
And she's so inspiring for all other women who are wanting to take on the sport of running. Seema clocked in 1 hour 26 minutes 4 seconds. And Jeevni Jadhav 1 hour 30. The difference between first and second is of 4 minutes. Speaks volumes about Seema. And Nirmaben Thakur was third. And here are the men, the elite men. Joshua Cheptegei.
Yeah, Joshua Cheptegei. Well, he was the favourite for the race. He is a nailed-on favourite. He's twice an Olympic champion, 5 world titles, multitude of world records. He is an astonishing athlete. Very charismatic too. Lovely fella, the 29-year-old Ugandan. Great to see him run so well today and to run a textbook tactical race. Just applied the pressure over the last 10 or 15 minutes and eased away from the opposition with Simbu, the world marathon champion, in second place from Tanzania. Lesotho's Ramakongwana in third place. There it is. 1, 2, 3, and for the first time in goodness knows how many years, no Kenyan or Ethiopian in the top 3. Collins Kipkorir, the best of the rest.
And you also have Gulveer Singh on number 5. Take a look at that.
Oh, the run of the day in many respects on the men's side. I mean, Seema in the women's race and in Gulveer Singh, there it is. 5th place. I mean, spectacular. Truly world-class running from an Indian distance runner, and we haven't seen that too often in the history of this sport, but he is opening up a new era now.
Yes, and that's where I want your thoughts, Vivek. The fact that Gulveer Singh is running with the international elite men, comes 5th in that category, and also, of course, first, and does better by almost 3.5 minutes out there from the previous record that was set here. What does it say? Where is Indian athletics going?
Outstanding. This has been actually coming for some time now. Procam has had the privilege of bringing world-class athletes to these cities here, Bombay, Delhi, Bangalore, Calcutta. And that gives our athletes a chance to run shoulder to shoulder with them on home turf. They don't have to travel to Berlin, Tokyo, New York. And this is happening over the years. It's happening 4 times a year. And that's making a difference. Suddenly, these athletes are competitive. They are out there to prove themselves. And you saw that today with Gulveer coming in 5th in such a strong field of Ugandans, Kenyans, Ethiopians. What more can you ask for? And look at the inspiration that he will provide to a legion of people behind him. There are so many good people out there now training, looking at the facts, seeing Gulveer come in 5th, seeing him pick up prize money, not just in Indian rupees, which they used to, but in US dollars, and saying, you know what? I can be there. I can do that. And that's so powerful. The messaging from these kind of sporting events is so much more powerful than just what you see on stage.
Also a bonus to set a new record, so he's taking back quite a sum. But
absolutely.
But having said that, Vivek, putting up an event of this magnitude in itself is no less than of a marathon. So you tell me, what is the biggest challenge that you face when you put up an event of this magnitude?
They have been so kind, whether it's the government of West Bengal, whether it's the Kolkata Municipal Corporation, whether it's the West Bengal Police or the Kolkata Police. Everybody and that's what really brings you joy, is that this is not just a single company or a single individual's triumph. It's a coming together of different. It's, I think, the best public-private partnership that you can get anywhere in India. And what are we doing? We're showcasing a city, we're showcasing a state, we're showcasing the local common citizenry of that place. The culture comes out. Kolkata has been a sporting city for eons, but participative sport? No, not really. And today, look at the difference.
You know what's unique too about events like this is there were just under 7,000 people in the 25K race, and they were lining up with an Olympic champion, world record holders. You can't do that. You can't line up against Lionel Messi. You can't line up against great tennis players or cricketers. Here today, thousands of people can line up and be in the same event as Olympic champions, and that makes it unique.
It's unique. The road is a great leveler. We've said that before. And to be on that same course as running royalty, I mean, that's fantastic.
Absolutely.
It's such a privilege, I feel, that, we have to be able to put this event on and to showcase a city, to showcase a culture. I think we're truly blessed by that. And I think it's a great day for everyone in Kolkata. Everyone in West Bengal can take pride from this day to day.
Vivek, one thing that we've been celebrating, of course, in this edition is a decade of difference, right? Yes. The difference that we've seen in numbers of participation, but in terms of putting up, in terms of production, what has this decade been able to do? How differently have you put it up this year?
We've learned so much, and you can see that out there. The course has grown so much. The entire experience for each participant has grown so much. We've crossed 5 crores for charity with this edition. 5 crores for charity. That's so many causes benefiting. So the legacy of this one race day will live on for the entire year. And that's amazing, right? Because I've seen parents now urging their children to come out and run. We had the Commissioner of Police himself running the 10K. We had the former Commissioner of Police running the 25K. There's so many government officers running. What does that say? It's the messaging that goes down. Then listen, if I can find the time to run, if I can find the strength to run, you have no excuse.
It indeed is. Also the stories that we've been narrating, the running heroes that we've been showing on our broadcast, if they can run, and so there is no excuse that is left for any one of us. That is very true. All right, have you enjoyed the stories though?
We've enjoyed the story. We've enjoyed your telecast. I think both of you are fabulous here. So thank you so much for being here with us, especially Tim, who's been, you know, such an anchor for carrying the message of distance running from the studios of Bombay, Delhi, Bangalore, Calcutta to the world. So Tim, thank you. Special thanks to you.
It's been my absolute pleasure. Absolute pleasure. And actually, you know, this is just another side benefit. The NGOs that benefit. We just saw a list of them there on the screen. Dozens and dozens of them.
Also contributing corporates. Like you very rightly mentioned, this is one of the best public-private partnerships, and the contribution from the corporates, from the NGOs, is truly outstanding. And now that we close the curtains on the Kolkata 25K, we move on to Mumbai. So Mumbai will rise, will shine very soon, as we'll be seeing you all at the Tata Mumbai Marathon 2026. So gear up, Mumbai, as Kolkata has put forward a story of resilience. Now resilience, grit, determination will be an example that will be set forward from the financial capital of the country is Mumbai. The spirit of joy, the spirit of determination, the spirit of togetherness. And I think if there is any city that stands the test of time when it comes to resilience, to change, everything personified, it is this city. It is Mumbai. So we'll be coming to Mumbai, the Tata Mumbai Marathon very, very soon, to be able to witness the sport of running and inspirational stories in all its glory. And Mumbai has always done a fabulous job of it. And yet again, looking forward to a morning that will be truly, truly inspirational. The Tata Mumbai Marathon coming to you very, very soon. Well, it's time to close curtains in the Tata Steel World 25K. Your biggest takeaway this season?
You sit in boardrooms and you make these lines, and we say a decade of difference. So that's what we came up with. But to actually live that, to see that manifest on the streets, is a whole different ball game. And today we saw that decade of difference come to life in Kolkata. So hats off to everyone that's part of this magic. Hats off to everyone that brought this magic alive today. It was really a decade of difference.
It really was. And we've been celebrating a decade of difference. Thank you so much, Vivek. Thanks a lot for joining us. Tim, what a pleasure to have you.
It's been an absolute pleasure again. My final thought, my message, I suppose, if you're watching, if you're a viewer today, if you're a spectator, be a participant next year. Get out there, get your shoes on and start jogging.
Start jogging. That's a message loud and clear. That's the motto here that we bring forward. Thank you so much, everyone. Thanks a lot for being a part of our broadcast. Thank you to everyone who tuned in the wee hours of the morning, not just to watch us, but also to participate, and those who came on through the streets of Kolkata. It has been an absolute pleasure to host all of you this morning. I hope you've enjoyed our broadcast as much as we've enjoyed bringing this to you. Thanks a lot, and we will see you next time.
हमारे कल के पोस्टर बॉयज एक बार फिर भिड़ेंगे पाकिस्तान से।
इससे बड़ा मुकाबला क्या होगा, ये तो छोड़ने वाले नहीं।
और इस बार गांव पर है एशियन चैंपियनशिप।
भारत पाकिस्तान हुए एक बार फिर आमने सामने।
मजा बहुत आएगा। देखिए डीपी वर्ल्ड मेंस अंडर 19 एशिया कप फाइनल, इंडिया वर्सेस पाकिस्तान, आज सुबह 10:30